Sir Mark. Sir Mark.
Hello.
Good morning, everybody.
Let's start, Sir Mark.
Sir.
Good morning, Roga sir. Good morning, Ajim sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Santos sir.
Good morning, Sir Dr. Kishore.
Hello, good day to everyone. So, Doc Jewel, shall we start?
Dr. Monica Madam will also join right now.
Sir Mark, let's
Hello,
start.
good day to everyone. Okay. Again, good day to everyone and welcome to Global Workshop on Functional Fitness with the theme Fitness Moving the World. This is organized by International Association on Physical Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education and Iron Games and the Physical Education Foundation of India. Again, we welcome our participants from Saudi Arabia, India, Thailand, and Philippines. And of course, our dear friends and speakers here. So we have here Dr. Kishore, we have here Dr. Kokab Azim, Dr. Moto Kumaran Jyotilingam, and of course, our dear President, Dr. Jewelson Santos, and to everyone, welcome and good day. And to formally start our program, may I invite everyone to please silence and let us feel the anointing power of the Lord to be followed by the Dr. Jewel.
মাইকটা অন আছে? গুড মর্নিং।
ธงชาติและเพลงชาติไทยเป็นสัญลักษณ์ของความเป็นไทยเราจงร่วมใจยืนตรงเคารพธงชาติด้วยความภาคภูมิใจในเอกราชและความเสียสละของบรรพบุรุษไทย
เอกราชจะไม่ให้ใครคนเดียว mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, kaya sa sinakanan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinatang tulad, awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang islang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling ko. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Sir Mark?
Okay, once again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Global Workshop on Functional Fitness with the theme Fitness Moving the World. So as we start our program, may we request our participants to please unmute your microphones, and of course, we welcome our dear friends and speakers. So we have here Dr. Kokab Azim, Dr. Jewelson Santos, we have Mr. Johasan Versha, Dr. Manika Debnath, we have Mr. Olabuwale Olosonde, Dr. Motokomaran Jyotilingam. We have here Dr. Kishore and Professor Faisal Fayaz. And of course, we have Dr. Anjum Padial and Jagbir Chima. So again, we welcome everyone to this global workshop on functional fitness. This is April 10, 2021. And as we start our program, may we have inaugural speech by Dr. Piyush Jain. But unfortunately, he will not join us today, yet he is extending his warmest thanks and congratulations to our workshop today. So let's proceed to the introductory address to be given to us by Dr. Kokab Azim, the President of International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education and Iron Games, and Vice President of the World Strength Lifting Federation. Again, Dr. Kokab Azim. Sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, respected chief guest, Professor Jitendra Singh Narokaji, welcome address and organizing a dynamic secretary, Dr. Jewelson Santos, the eminent speakers, Professor Dr. Manika Debnath, Dr. Bidya Roy, Mr. Olabuwale, Mr. Matt Sloan, and concluding speech by Dr. Kishore, and vote of thanks by Professor Faisal Fayaz. I take an immense pleasure to be part of this global workshop on functional fitness. It's very important for athletes and common people to understand actually what is functional fitness. The title, it shows very important and significant for one and all. As we know that functional fitness exercise, it refers train your muscles to work together and prepare themselves for daily tasks by simulating common movements and might do at home, at work, or in sports. And in present situation, this functional fitness is very important. You can do it at home. You can do it outdoor also, because in this pandemic situation, a lot of gymnasiums are closed. Moreover, using various muscles in the upper and lower extreme. At the same time, functional fitness exercise also emphasize on your core stability. Functional fitness is a classification of training that prepares the body for real life movements and activities. Movements such as squats, pulling, or you are pushing and lifting will be made easier with functional fitness integrated into your exercise regime. Functional workouts consist of compound exercises. Total joint movement is very important. It is a basic, it is a foundation, because you learn from there and you will go to the next step, that is single joint movement. So once you get strength and you have a balance, you can go for single joint movements, but the compound movement is very important. When you have a basic solid foundation, you can go to the next level. There are 7 basic movements the human body can perform, and all other exercises are merely variations of these 7. These 7 are very famous, like push, pull, squats, lunge, hing, rotation, and gait. So these is around, we can do our exercises, other functional exercises. So inshallah, we will have a wonderful presentations, we hope, from our international speakers. We wish you a grand success of this, and I will take also your permission, because I have to go back to take my class. I have a class now, right now, after this one. So I wish you a grand success of this wonderful workshop, and thank you so much for inviting me over here. Thank you. Over to Dr. Jevilson Santos.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kaukab Azim, for the introductory address. Thank you so much, sir, for that introductory address.
You are welcome.
Thank you. And now, may we call on Dr. G. Wilson Santos? Yes, yes, sir. The President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports, for the welcome address. Let's.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, Professor Johnson.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, thank you.
Wilson.
So I would like to give acknowledgement to the following dignitaries, resource speakers, and members of the International Advisory Board of IAPES. First, I would like to acknowledge the National Secretary of the Physical Education Foundation of India, Dr. Piyush Jain, to the President of the International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education, and Iron Games, and the Vice President of the World Strength Lifting Federation, Dr. Kaukab Azim, and to the National Coordinator and Course Director for Solidarity Courses, International Olympic Committee, Lausanne, Switzerland, Professor Jitendra Singh Nakura, to our resource speaker, Professor Dr. Manika Debnat, Dr. Bidya Roy, Mr. Olabowale Olasunde, Dr. Motokumaran Jyotilyangam, and Mr. Matt Solowan. And most especially to the Associate Professor in Physical Education of Union Christian Training College, Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay, and to the one and member of the International Advisory Board of IAPES, and to Professor Faisal Payas, who is as well a member of the International Advisory Board. To the participants who are joining us on Zoom and through YouTube Live, I would like to welcome each and every one of you to this global workshop on functional fitness. I hope that with this activity, you would learn a lot about functional fitness and how you will tend to adopt this into your day-to-day life. With that, thank you so much. And going back to Mr. Mark Anthony Delipe. Sir?
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Jewelson Santos, for the welcome address. And now let's hear the keynote address by Professor Jitendra Singh Naruka, the National Coordinator and Course Director for Solidarity Courses, International Olympic Committee, Lausanne, Switzerland. Please welcome Professor Jitendra Singh Naruka. Sir?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Good day.
Let me first of all thank the organizers of this lovely, wonderful international seminar or webinar, and special thanks to Kishore Mukhopadhyay, Dr. Monica, for involving me into this great seminar. I am very grateful. You've chosen a very, very nice and important topic, because fitness is a word which to me was very dear and near. When I was in active service as an administrator in education, all my envelopes used to contain fit people, fit nation. So that's the gist I have from the very beginning of my life, and I consider fitness to be a very important part of the thing. The topic which is concerned with fitness here being functional fitness, as already explained by Professor Kaukab Azim, they are mainly 7 functional movements, and to be of functional importance, we need to develop these important components of pull, push, squat, lunge, hinge, rotate, and gait, and also certain movements like balancing the body, climbing, jumping, running, and all allied activities of that kind. Functional fitness is classification of training that prepares body for real life movements. So here the emphasis should be on real life movements. What actually we want to do. Our fitness should be prepared to do what we want to do in real life, including all these parameters, these functional aspects, pull, push, jump, and all those things. The basic principles of functional fitness, I understand, are overloading principles, the FITT principle, the specificity, rest and frequency, recovery, use and misuse of the functional aspects, and all. The various kinds of fitness have their various parameters and developmental procedures. Example of functional can be done, as already pointed out, at home with dumbbells, with body movements, dumbbells, home, do gyms. Gyms may not be everywhere. You can do many things at home. Most functional cases, jumps, squat, cross step, one arm, slab, uranium makers, etc. Principles of training include specificity, progression, overload, adaptation, reversibility. The most components of fitness are mainly cardiovascular endurance, muscular strength, muscular endurance, flexibility, and body composition, mainly fat reduction and balance. There are certain activities, components of physical fitness: cardiovascular endurance, flexibility, speed, strength, power. They all contribute, they're all attributed to physical fitness in many ways. Ability for the body system to deliver what is needed is the main aspect of functional fitness. So basic fitness being a more is more of a state of health and well-being, and more specifically, the ability to perform aspects of sports, occupations, and daily activities. Physical fitness is generally achieved through proper nutrition, moderate or vigorous physical exercise, and sufficient rest. These are some of the aspects of fitness which one has to progressively maintain. There are about programs with 30-day fitness challenges, some programs for women specifically, fitness and bodybuilding. Fitness is defined as a set of attributes that people have or achieve that relate to the ability to perform physical activities. This description goes beyond being able to run fast or lift heavy weights. There are different definitions by Wikifield, dictionaries, WHO, and all that, which relate basically fitness to be ending up with the fact that functional fitness is a state of readiness for performing any activity as positioned for the purpose of different kinds. Physical fitness is state of health and well-being, and more specifically, the ability to perform aspects of sports, occupations, daily attributions. Physical fitness is generally achieved through proper nutrition, moderate, vigorous physical activity, and sufficient. Like this, there are several aspects of fitness. Fitness very important. I must appreciate the organizers to have chosen such a topic which is of everybody's importance, which is known to everybody, which is not known in many ways to many people, but whenever we call for something, are you fit for this? Are you fit for this? Including vehicles, or for anything, fitness is the word we use for appropriateness of a particular matter. So let me not elaborate more, because there are many speakers, much more knowledgeable and with research matters to speak further. I wish to thank the organizers in a great way to involve me in this aspect, which is my favorite from my earlier days. And I thank all of you to do the best, wish you all the best, and wish the webinar a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Professor Jitendra Singh Naruka, for that very informative and information about functional fitness. Indeed, functional fitness prepares our body for real life movements and activities. It's very important today, especially we are facing this COVID-19 pandemic. So without further ado, let's welcome our dear highly specialized speakers to discuss to us the importance and goals of functional fitness in our daily life. First, may we call on Professor Dr. Manika Debnath, the former head Department of Health Sciences and Fitness and Alternate Therapy of Lakshmibai National Institute of Physical Education Fitness Ambassador to India. Again, let's welcome Professor Dr. Manika Debnath. Ma'am.
Good morning to everyone. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning to all of you, those who are listening me and in this webinar, attending and watching me and being with all of us. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Naruka sir, my guru, my mentor, I'm his first PhD scholar, completed my doctorate under him in 90s. So it's my proud privilege to be present in front of him and talking something about functional fitness. All the organizers, all the dignitaries sitting in the dais, and my special thank to Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay, who has included me in this webinar, global webinar specifically on functional fitness. I'm into fitness professional since 30 years, in sports and physical education for last 40 years. Now I am retired, almost completing 5 years, enjoying my retiring life and doing only fitness, morning, evening, and enjoying my life. Next. Let me start with the first slide saying, if you are not want to do any fitness, you decide yourself, fitness or fatness. If it is a fatness, and those who think bodily exercise is not that important for them, they are enjoying their life, definitely sooner or later, they have to find the time for illness. So my topic is very, very general, and talking about general concept of fitness within the 1 hour, I feel I have to be very concise about my talk. Otherwise, this workshop can continue for 10 days even. Anyhow, I'll try my best to share my experience, my background here. According to webmd.com, in a very simple language, he has explained that functional fitness is focused on building a body capable of doing real life activities in real position. We can also call this functional fitness as a functional training and functional movement. As all the welcome speaker and our chief guest already explained regarding how the different kind of day-to-day activities are simulating and putting into the activities and doing the exercises. So if it is done properly, all the movements, lifting, pulling, and pushing, then our day-to-day activity become much easier. And if all these activities are integrated in our routine, we can enjoy our life more fullestly rather than just doing certain exercises by idealized posture, which is created in the gym. So main purpose of functional movement, functional fitness, just to prepare our body to perform day-to-day activities very, very efficiently. So whenever we formulate some work or task, we always have certain objectives in front of us. So same way, functional fitness also should have certain objectives. And if these objectives are really formulated properly and done rightly, we can see the tremendous carry out over to the life outside the gym, so that either you are doing it for the sports or for the real life game. And each and every one can benefit it out of it. Purpose may be anything. So whenever we see the objectives for the functional fitness, normally we want to see that whether we are upgrading our body moves or you function efficiently or not. And then we want to improve our strength. Whenever we move here and there, then our physical performance also of the body can be improved. These are the different objectives we should keep it in our mind while formulating or designing any functional training. And I would tell you, when sometimes many people get frustrated, oh, I am doing so much, I find other people are also looking like me. No, not at all. When you compare yourself, you are moving with along that person who is doing no activities, you very easily, you can find your movements are much more finer than other people, and you are not under any medication because the benefit of your fitness. That's why at this moment, especially in this global pandemic time, each and every one must choose some fitness program that may help you to keep the corona and pandemic 19 away from you. That's why should be the objectives, so that you can enjoy your life at this moment. As already spoken by our chief guest, that basic principles should be keep in mind. Let me tell you, our exercise science has given us 5 basic principles, and if you can incorporate those principles in our program, while developing the program, we can see the changes in our body, we can adopt wonderful fitness in our body, and we have to formulate and do the progression on the basis of overload principle. So these changes can be like everlasting and very safe exercise program if we keep in mind these basic principles. But one by one, I am not explaining these principles because this is not my topic. This is another topic. I am just showing that these 5 principles must keep in mind while designing your functional fitness program. That is overload principles. Many people say fit, I say fit M. Fit M means mode of activities. Then specificity, rest and recovery, use it or lose it. If you don't do it, then you lose it. If you keep doing it, you are keep on improving, you are adopting and getting your maximum ability of fitness level. Along with your principles, objective, there are certain points, key points you have to remember while formulating your program. For example, first one, determining your goal. What is your goal? Why you want to do it? You are a housewife or you are a working lady, you are a professional, you are a film star, and you are a model, you are a kid, you are a senior citizen. First of all, you have to see your age level, then your fitness level, your health status, and then you should include different kind of activities so that monotony can be break up when you have to carry on your functional fitness throughout your life, along with your life. So these are the exercises. After some time, after a few slides, I'll be showing it personally, what call variety of exercise can be done and make the program very enjoyable. Then again, 4th point, progression and monitoring. Here you have to remember while doing it that you have to monitor your program in a progression manner so that you adopt a good fitness level. You can bring a lots of changes in your body. Then when exercise is doing different kind of exercises, pulling, pushing, carrying, lifting, joints movement, all these movements must include in a multiple plans. These plans, you can say they are the planes are normally is the side surface that along with movement takes place, and it is the different places of your imaginary axis where upon movement takes place. For example, upward, downward, sidewards, left and right, lying position, pronine position, supine position. It means exercises program should be included in a multiple plans. Then Best way to start with a functional fitness with your own body weight, that is freehand exercises or calisthenics. If at all you want to use equipment, that should be free weight like resistance band, Swiss ball, step aerobic, TheraBand, etc. Then, along with all these exercises in your cardio, in your strength, in your balance, equilibrium, speed, coordination, etc., there should be lots of strength exercises involved. So after a few slides, I'll be showing how you can include those exercises, different plan, and strength and cardio freehand of small video clip. Now, for strength also, you must see that concentric, eccentric contractions and muscles, different concentric types of eccentric types of muscles contractions is there, isometric exercises is there. I am not highlighting here what is eccentric, what is and concentric, or what is isometric exercises. These are the different combinations one has to keep in mind while preparing the training program. That's why these are known as a key point for training program. So here again, different factors. If you want to get a complete benefit, a total fitness program, which we can call as a holistic functional fitness program, then these factors are very, very important. It is not the physical training, it is your diet, your nutritions, and those diet and balanced diet, how you are distributing morning till evening, how much calorie you are taking for morning, afternoon, evening, night, before going to sleep, how much calorie you're distributing and how, and timing of the food intake. These are very, very important, also known as a diet. Then whenever, wherever, whenever you do any activities, you try to be friendly with everyone, try to maintain your friendly environment so that you enjoy and get also good level of mental health. So after your functional fitness, you need a proper rest for your recovery level to come up for your next dose or next day morning. So best way to get the recovery is to sleep, and sleep must be minimum, for me it is 8 hours. So many people get a good rest after sleeping 4 hours, even 6 hours, but 8 hours the best way to get the recovery level. Then last one, not the least one, hereditary. You have to also see the family background, your parents, your grandparents, your forefathers, what kind of health they had, what was their body type, what is your age group now, you are started with your functional fitness, and then how this health related problem is coming in your life or not in a later age. That's why hereditary part also can be considered as one of the factor, so that you formulate your fitness program accordingly, so that sooner or later you do not suffer with those hereditary health related problems. Now, when I say variety of exercises, I want to start with cardio. Cardio can be on machines, jogging, playing some games. So here is a little small video clip I want you to all watch. Just warming up, very, very important before starting any fitness program. And little bit of stretching, slow and progressively warming up. This is just body weight exercises we call freehand or calisthenics. You may include anything. I'm just trying to show a little bit of highlight. How can we do it specifically for the layman people, those who want to start with a functional fitness program immediately or sooner or later, but profession people like fitness expert, sports person, trainer, physical education professionals, they all know how to do freehand exercises, body weight exercises, or best way to start with your own body weight exercises. Movements. उसके बाद और है next. This is cardio. I am doing it, warming up, stretching, and along with cardio. These are the very simple exercises you can include. I normally do lots of jogging, running, Zumba dances, and cardio. And also I do lots of yoga, pranayama, and meditation. But this is, I've just made it for just include in this presentation. This is a little bit of cooling down. Immediately you should not lie down and do some exercises. It can be very, very low intensity cardio exercises. Starting with functional fitness is a wonderful way of doing with your own body weight. Then Swiss ball, that is free equipments. One can enjoy a lot, and this is a good exercise you can see, especially for abs muscles. Ladies, especially if they do it by sitting at home in your own drawing room, you can start doing exercises after proper warming up. Do out of 5 days, 1 day you can do it your Swiss ball activity. Then taking a dumbbell, free weight, you can do exercises, different kind of exercises. Because of time constant, I am not showing any videos. And these are the different exercises. This I am okay, showing it with body. Cardio, not body weight. Again, warming up. Stretching little bit, about 2 to 3 minutes. Your whole warming up process can go for 8 to 10 minutes or 7 to even 7 to 8 minutes. If you want, Even during winter, you can also have it for 10 to 12 minutes. If your body is warm, during summer, you can do it even 4 to 6 minutes, 7 to 8 minutes, maximum it can be even 10 to 12 minutes warming up. It is always depends on how much time you are having, what is your time schedule. Are you doing for 40 minutes, 1 hour, only half an hour, or for 2 hours? It is depends on your time availability and also your fitness level warming up involves. Hip rotation. So this is like whole body is moving from toe to head. Every joints we are trying to move here, and arm rotations, so that when your body become properly warm up, you can try with any kind of activities, you get a better benefit, and in a very safe manner, you can avoid lots of injuries. Otherwise, if you start doing any vigorous activity, you may hurt your joints, your shoulder joints, your hip joints. And this especially is very good for cervical problems, spondylosis, those who are doing it. If you do it, that we call it the scapula massage. And if you do it continuously, minimum 10 to 12 times, much better way you can avoid your cervical problem. Normally with the older age or elderly people, we have lots of wrist problem, joint problem. This is one of the very good exercise. It can be included as an exercise. It also can be included as a fitness program, avoiding joint pain or joint mobility. This is flowing movements you can enjoy by doing side to side, even over the head, at the chest level and over the head. This is little bit of very below low level, I must say, doing some rhythmical exercises. You can include here a little bit of music so that you enjoy your exercise program. It can be also warming up, it can be also low impact and below low intensity exercises. Then resistant band exercises. This is, you should use lots of core exercises for your core muscle strength. Plank is the best way of doing it, and starting with, one should do it only basic planks. Plank, not going for a complicated one. We can also do it in a movement. We can also do it in a one hand, one leg, alternate hand, leg, etc. But starting with the functional fitness for the core strength, best way to start with a basic plank. This is also very good core fitness. But here, as she was a gymnast, she's a gymnast, she has lifted too much of her hip joints. It should be at the parallel to the hip level. Because of gymnastics, she has a good flexibility, she lifted too high. It can be also up till your hip level, lifting your hips. This is, I'm showing just a clip of Zumba. He is my Zumba teacher. I do regular Zumba dance with him. He is my personal trainer, one of the best Zumba teacher in Delhi. He's Aryan, very young chap, doing Zumba with an old woman like me, 67 years old, trying to do some dance along with him. That's it. Then, yoga is the best mode of functional fitness program, along with little bit of pranayama and meditations. But here I would request that whenever you want to do yoga, you must start with some yoga expert or yoga guru. By just looking into the TV or YouTube, you should not do it. You will not get much benefit out of it. Starting with a yoga guru is very, very important. And this yoga is at this point of time when we all are suffering with many, many mental problem and physical problem, not able to go out of the home. Every time fear in your mind, yoga is the best way to do it by sitting at home. And if you can't do anything for 20 minutes, you can do only Shuksham Vyam. This is Shuksham Vyam is only slow processing of different joints exercises, starting as a warming up, or you can do it as a yoga also, starting with the Shuksham Vyam. But remember that your body posture alignments here is very, very important. So beginning, you should start with some under the expert instructions. This is just, I'm showing you Shuksham Vyam. You can do it only 20 minutes. You get a wonderful joint movements and get benefit out of it. Specifically for the elderly and person who want to start with fitness and start with a functional fitness, not a post persons, by sitting at home, sitting on your bed, also you can do these exercises. You can avoid many of the pain from your joints like knee joints, ankle joints, etc., hip joint. So we call it Shuksham Vyam is the best way to start the yoga program. Sometimes I do only Shuksham Vyam for 10-15 minutes, then I go for a pranayama like Bastrika, Kapalbhati, Anulam Vilam. These three pranayama, if each and every one can adopt, we can enjoy our life and we can avoid many of the problems of pandemic period. Especially, we can strengthen our lungs, which basically first thing to affect when you are affected with corona. So Bastrika should be adopted in our body, not only now, for the lifetime. These are the exercises, we call it Shuksham Vyam. One should do it. Okay, especially for elderly, those who can jog, those who can jump, those who can do exercises in a different planes. And for them, the best functional training is 12-step chair Surya Namaskar. By sitting on chair, they can get a benefit. If you repeat for a 12-step for 12 minutes, 12 step for 12 times, it is very good fitness level for elderly, not only for elders, for anyone. Now, functional fitness for kid, which we also call as a movement education. For the kids, functional training, or you can call it movement education. It should be lots of fun, lots of jumping, lots of pulling, lots of carrying. You see how I conducted a functional training program in Delhi, one of the very good school for the elementary school children. How they're enjoying here. You see, we have modified, we made their own house out of the mattresses. Springboard jump, children enjoy a lot. And you must see that your parents are also along with them. They enjoy doing more when their parents are watching. This is the summer coaching camp I organized in Delhi in 2018 in schools for the children. They will not stop, they'll be keep doing it, they'll enjoy, they'll get the fitness, they'll get the motor skill performance they are getting. So this is all about, in a nutshell, I have prepared to present in this webinar. So thank you so much for patient hearing me, watching me. So at the end, I would like to tell that at this moment when we all are suffering and fearing out of COVID-19, if we want to keep ourselves safe, from COVID-19 and Corona, we should all do functional fitness. So this is all about. Any questions, anything you want to ask me?
Sir Jason.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you once again, ma'am. Maybe the question answer or the open forum will be later on.
Okay.
So, to continue, let's move on. Thank you so much to our guest speaker, Professor Dr. Manika Debnath, for this international webinar, for a very informative and interactive and even engaging topic. So I would like now to present the certificate of appreciation to our guest speaker. May I read the citation, the content of the certificate of appreciation? International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India and International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education, and Iron Games. Certificate of appreciation is awarded to Professor Dr. Manika Debnath for imparting her valuable insight and expertise as resource speaker during the global workshop on functional fitness with the theme Fitness Moving the World. Organized by International Association of Physical Education and Sports in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India and International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education, and Iron Games, given this 10th day of April 2021 via Zoom platform. Signed, Dr. Piyush Jain, National Secretary, PEFI, Dr. Kaukab Azim, the President of IFFHPEIG, and Associate Professor Dr. Jivelson M. Santos, the President of IAPS. Madam, thank you so much. Okay.
Hello. Before going to start our second resource person's speech, I want to announce something that
Yes.
this is international workshop. This is not conference. So you have to learn by doing. Whatever resource person will do, you have to do the same thing in your home so that the concept of this workshop will be fulfilled. So learning by doing is an important aspect. You have to learn by doing with our resource speakers or resource persons. Thank you, everybody. Try to participate in this program.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on.
Now, to introduce our second guest speaker, the Assistant Professor of Rikail Banga Sikshan Mahavayata, licensed Zumba instructor and yoga specialist. Please welcome Dr. Bidya Roy. Madam, please.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope I'm audible to everyone. I'll just turn on the video after I finish my introductory speech. So a very good morning, everyone. People from various parts of the world, like Saudi Arabia, Philippines, India, Thailand. I congratulate the International Association on Physical Education and Sports, incorporated in collaboration with International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education and Iron Games, as well as PEFI, Physical Education Federation India, which is presenting a global workshop on functional fitness, the theme being Fitness Moving the World. Respected dignitaries, Dr. Piyush Jain, National Secretary, PEFI, Dr. Kaukab Azim, President, International Federation for Fitness, Health and Physical Education and Iron Games, Dr. Jelson, President of International Association of Physical Education and Sports, Professor Jitendra Singh Naruka, National Coordinator and Course Director, IOC, Professor and my very, very dear Manika Debnath ma'am, a great pioneer of physical education, aerobics, Mr. Oloval Olosande, Mr. Matt Sloan, Dr. Kishore Mukhopadhyay, sir, Professor UCTC. Thanks for inviting me in this wonderful global workshop on functional fitness. Professor Faisal Faiz and everybody who has worked so hard for making this happen, actually. This is Bidya Roy, as already introduced, Bidya Roy Assistant Professor, Nikhil Banga Shikhan Mahavidyalaya, West Bengal, India. And it is a proud privilege for me to be present here and presenting you all a quick and a short workshop on functional fitness, as very well described by Professor Manika Debnath ma'am. She is one of my mentor, my guide, a very important part of my life. She has taught me what fitness actually is. Earlier, I used to be a very lazy student, but yeah, she actually incorporated inside me. I inculcated a lot of fitness, mantras from her. I've learned a lot from her. Ma'am, thank you so much once again. And whatever I am today, major part of it is, because of ma'am. So fitness is not just a word. Fitness is actually moving the world. So without wasting more time on what fitness is, what functional fitness is, as already it has been described very nicely and elaborately by my dear, dear ma'am and my dear, dear sir. So I will not waste any more time and I'll just quickly move on to the practical part. So let's learn it by doing it. I want you all to kindly take your shoes on and just stand wherever you are, and I'll play the music and we will do a short warm up, because as said my Manika ma'am, that warming up is very, very important. It's a key aspect to avoid various kind of injuries. So let us all warm up and let us all learn a little bit of Zumba through this global platform. So I hope you all are ready. I'm sure everybody will be doing with me because it's really interesting and it's going to give you a lot of and you really gonna know what fitness is. A lot of steps which you can confirm my steps, follow my cue, side, back, forward, my leg movement. So just kindly focus. Keep your eyes on my, this screen and try to move with me. Are you ready, everybody? I hope you're ready. Can you hear everyone?
Madam, you are not audible.
I just want to make sure that you are all like.
You are not audible, madam.
I'm not audible. Can you hear the music? Can you hear the music, everyone?
Hello, Dr. Vidya.
Is it audible, the music?
You are not audible.
Yeah.
We can't hear the music.
You can hear the music loud enough? Are we good to go, everyone? Kishore sir?
Yes, Dr. Vidya.
Guys, are you sweating? This was just a warm-up. I hope you all did it well. How's it going? Let me know. Kishore, sir?
Yes, Dr. Vidya.
What happened?
Are you guys able to follow me?
What happened, madam?
Everybody able to follow me?
We have followed you, ma'am. We have followed you. And the
You
exercise
have followed me? So have you done?
May I request all the participants to perform accordingly with her?
Yes. I hope you all are performing with me. Let's take the heat more up. Let's pump our heart rate higher, more higher. So I'll teach you the 4 core steps before moving on to the next song. It's a Punjabi song. So yes, the people from abroad, you're gonna get a glimpse of a Punjabi song in a Zumba format, of course, because Zumba is not only dance, guys, it's also fitness. It's gonna give you a lot of sweat, take your heart rate to a different level. So let's do it. The 4 core steps. The first step is you have to move on to your right side, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? This is the first step. Second step, you have to come 4 steps forward. 1, 2, 3, head. 2, 2, 3, head. Again with me. 4 steps forward. I will give you the name of the song after my session. So 1, 2, 3, head. 2, 2, 3, head. This is the 2 core step. The third core step, you have to beat your leg back to the left. So twice to the right, 1 and 2, left, 1 and 2. With me, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. If you have to increase the intensity, you have to be more intense, 1 and 2, 1 and 2. Then 4 steps forward, 4 steps sideward. Side, side. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1 and 2, 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
Your video is not moving. Okay.
Video is not coming.
Dr. Kishore, I think Dr.
Carry on.
Vidya has a low bandwidth. That's the reason why the video is not clear due to the low bandwidth.
Okay. Can you give me just 2 minutes so that I can fix the internet issues? Is it okay now? Am I visible to everyone?
Now it is all right.
It's okay, right?
Dr. Vidya, you are not audible.
I'm not audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Now?
Dr. Vidya, we cannot see the steps, please.
You cannot see the steps. Can you give me just 2 minutes? I'll fix the net.
Yes,
Okay.
Dr. B.
Yes.
Just give me 2 minutes.
What happened?
Hello, Dr. Kishore.
Yes.
Wikipedia is fixing the connectivity so that we could see clearly the video and the steps that she is introducing to us.
Now she is available. I can see him.
Am I audible, everybody?
Now she is available. Just guide her.
Since it's practical, so because I need the music also, so there will be a little bit of issues. So am I audible right now?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Loud and clear, ma'am.
Now it's clear, right? So can we start?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are loud and clear, ma'am. Thank you.
So now you all can follow me. I've already showed you the steps.
Never miss an update. Subscribe now and press the bell icon.
Is the music, can you hear the music?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear the music loud and clear, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Great. I hope you all read with me. Come on! I hope you guys did it with me. How's the energy right now? I hope you guys are sweating too with me.
Yes, ma'am, we are sweating as well with you. The movements are very enticing and very lively. And I hope as well the YouTube participants are really doing and following the steps that you are giving. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, everybody. So we'll quickly move on to the next song. I hope I have time. Yeah, I have 10 minutes, 15 minutes more.
Yes,
So,
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
the next song is a very, very special song because it's a Zumba form from Cumbia, from Colombia. So Zumba actually came from Colombia, and the father of Zumba is Alberto Beto Perez. We call him by Beto. He's the father, creator of Zumba. Zumba is now very, very popular in more than 125 countries. People all over the world are doing Zumba, and you know why they're doing Zumba? Because it's very fun. At the same time, you're sweating, you're burning your calories, extra fat, and also giving you a mental satisfaction. When you dance with music, there are happy hormones which gets, released. So Zumba is a great, great workout. Not because I'm a Zumba instructor, that's not because I'm telling you that, but if you do it, you'll understand. So next song, we're gonna do Cumbia, and in Cumbia, there are 4 core steps. It's a very, Latin music, full of beats and rhythms. You just have to catch the steps. So I'll divide the steps into 4 core steps. Let's do it. So first, you have to take this arm, the left arm, forward, and this arm on top. And you have to move 1 and 2. And then this is called better shuffle. So shuffle, 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 shuffle. Again, this side, right arm forward, left arm up. 1 and 2, and shuffle, 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 shuffle. So do it with me, everybody. You have to do it. Come on, go. 1 and 2, and shuffle, 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 shuffle. 2 and 2, and shuffle, 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 shuffle. Is it clear? The first core step. The second core step, machate, we call this as machate in Cumbia, in Zumba. So your right leg will come forward, tap. Have you seen a farmer in a farm, just Xing the crops? So to use it as a way, X, and pull it. Bang it, and then take it up. Bang, take it up. Bang, and up. And then up, up. Okay, the second, same side, down and up, down and up, tap, tap. So let's do this a little faster. Okay, 1 and 2 and back and up and 2 and 2 and up and up. Okay, these 2 steps are clear, I guess. If it's not clear, practice. It's there on YouTube. Practice it. The third core step, you just have to move your shoulder. 1, 2, 3, 4. This shoulder will move up, 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 up. So with your arms, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1 and 2 waves. 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2, 3 and 4. Okay? And then again, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do this. Up till now, I hope the steps are clear. Let's do it. Get ready. Cumbia. So this was Kumbia. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Whoever is doing with me, I hope you guys are having a lot of fun, a lot of sweat. Please let me know how you all are feeling.
Sweating, ma'am. We're sweating, but we have enjoyed the routine that you have given. It's very spontaneous, but still, it's very enjoying, and really, we need to adopt those steps. It's simple, it's groovy, and would really keep us fit on a daily basis. Thank you, Dr. Vidya, for that routine. It's very, very good
So
to.
I hope I have last 5 minutes with me.
Yes, ma'am.
So I will conclude it with a cool down. So before the cool down, I have a Bollywood song for you. Bollywood choreographed in a Zumba format. I know people abroad, they love Bollywood, and I know that very, very well. So let's do the Bollywood one, the last one. It's a very old song, but remixed and renewed. It's Dheere Dheere. People abroad, those doesn't understand Hindi, doesn't matter. Just follow the steps and follow the music. Okay. All the best to you all. Let's do it.
हुआ बुढ़ा हाल कभी रखना मुझे तो बताओ ना और लौट कर वापस कभी मेरे पास आओ ना सोता हूँ कभी रोता हूँ तेरे बिना ओ सनम पाकर सब कुछ खोता हूँ तेरे बिना ओ सनम सोता हूँ कभी रोता हूँ तेरे बिना ओ सनम पाकर सब कुछ खोता हूँ तेरे बिना ओ सनम धीरे धीरे से दिल को चुराना तुमसे प्यार हमें है कितना जाने जाना तुमसे मिलकर तुमको है बताना
Nice. I hope you guys are having fun. Yes or no?
Yes, obviously.
Yes,
It's a very
ma'am.
good practical demonstration. Ms. Vidya, I'm very grateful to you that you have demonstrated a very excellent way with the combination of exercise and music. So in this way, you create a maximum harmony in the body and wonderful session, very interactive session.
Thank you so much. So I'll just finish it off with a cool down. So you just need to cool down, relax, okay? Just take a deep breath in, inhale, and breathe out. Take your right side and stretch, and release. Take your left and stretch, and release. Take your right arm forward and stretch, and release. Take your left arm forward and stretch, and release. Now sit on your knees, hips down, and stretch side with a smile. Other side. Now go down. Relax. Let your body relax. Stretch your legs and keep them straight. Arms on your toes and try to relax. Breathe out. Breathe out. Breathe out. Breathe out. And from here, take your arms up. Inhale. And side. And side. And forward. And up. Again, this side. And other side. And forward. And up. Now, keep your legs joined. Take your arms up. Exhale and down. Again up. Shake your arms. Shake your legs. Stretch. Rotate your wrist. Rotate your toe. Take a deep breath in. And exhale. Forward. And exhale. Up again. And relax. That's it for today, everyone. I hope you had fun and I hope you learned a little bit because it's not possible to finish Zumba, in this 45 or half an hour. So if you want to know more, learn more, please follow me on Facebook, Vidya Roy. And thank you once again.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Vidya Roy, for showing and leading us in an energetic dance movements and exercises. So with that, we can really see the functional fitness in which even at home, we can say that we can be physically fit. Thank you so much again, Dr. Vidya Roy. And Once again, to our dear participants, Global Workshop on Functional Fitness is live via YouTube. You can share it with your friends and co-professors. Thank you so much again, Dr. Bidia Roy.
Hello, Sir.
Doc Jewel.
Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Bidia Roy. Truly a licensed Zumba instructor.
Hello, Doc Jewel.
Hello.
Hello, Sir Jason, yes?
Yes. So to award the certificate of appreciation, the same certificate of appreciation is awarded to Dr. Bidia Roy for imparting the valuable insight and expertise as a presenter of Zumba resource speaker during the Global Workshop on Functional Fitness given this 10th day of April 2021 via Zoom platform. Signed, Dr. Piyush Jain, National Secretary of PEFI, Dr. Kokab Azim, the President of IFFH-PEIG, and Associate Professor Dr. Jewelson M. Santos, President of IAPS. Dr. Bijaroy, thank you so much. Okay, so moving on, let us now proceed to the next presenter for our global workshop on functional fitness with the theme Fitness Moving the World. Okay, so our third presenter, a physical and health educator and sports coordinator at Readington American International School, Lagos Island, and psychotherapist, exercise therapist at National Youth Service. Let's all welcome Mr. Olabowale Olosunde. Sir?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Hello, good day. Hello?
Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah,
Please proceed.
good day, everyone. Greetings to everyone. My name is Olabowale Olosunde from Lagos, Nigeria. Okay, so it's a great privilege and I'm so honored to be invited to be a guest speaker among great speakers. Now, greetings to everyone. The International Association of Physical and Health Education and Sports Incorporated in collaboration with International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education and Iron Games and Physical Education Foundation of India, presenting the global workshop on functional fitness with the theme, Fitness Moving the World. Greetings to Dr. Jane Bishosh, National Secretary, Physical Education and Foundation of India, and Dr. Jewelson Santos, the President, International Association of Physical Education and Sport Incorporated, and Dr. Kaukab Azim, President, International Federation of Fitness, Health, and Physical Education and Iron Games, Vice President, World Strength Lifting Federation. Greetings to you. And a guest speaker, Professor Singh Naruka, National Coordinator and Course Director for Solidarity Courses, International Olympic Committee, Switzerland, founder OSD Principal, Indre Gadi Spadomi, Institute of Physical Education and Sports Science, Delhi, former Vice Chancellor, LNIPE, Value and Advisor to Association of Indian Universities. And also to member of Advisory Board, Professor Fauyaz, sorry if I didn't pronounce that well, member Advisory Board, and for the Alon Tobi Murakiyo, member Advisory Board, Dr. Kishore, and conference representative, Mr. Lemuel, and conference coordinator, Ms. Mary Jane, and to the great speakers, Professor Dr. Manika Devnath, the first speaker we had, former head Department of Health Science and Fitness and Alternate Therapy and Landscape, the National Institute of Physical Education Fitness Ambassador of India, and Dr. Bidhar Roy, Zumba instructor we just enjoyed, as Assistant Professor Nick E. Bang Sikshan, licensed Zumba instructor, yoga specialized, yes. And to the other speaker, Mr. Mas Leon, certified occupational therapist assistant specializing in sensory integration therapy, fitness coach and physical education teacher, and runs sensory fitness. And I appreciate everyone, especially Dr. Kishore, for giving me this privilege to be part of this webinar conference, global workshop on functional fitness. And to our great audience, watching us from around the globe, around the world, I say thank you so much. If not for you, we won't be here speaking. I appreciate everyone. For those I didn't mention your names, watching on YouTube, live on Zoom, I say kudos to you all. Thanks for staying online till this moment. So can I share my documents? Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir, you can
slide.
share your screen. We have given you an access as a co-host, so you can share your screen.
Thank you, I've seen that. So greeting once again to everyone, consider a privilege to be part of this great webinar. My name is Olabuali Oloshinde. I'm joining you from Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa. Yes, and the team once again, global workshop on functional fitness. The team fitness moving the world, and our topic is aerobics. Yes, thanks so much. I enjoyed the speakers right from the welcome speech, welcome address. The first speaker, Professor Dr. Malika Debnat. That was an enlightening session telling us how important physical fitness is to our well-being, our lifestyle. Right from the introduction, we've been hearing about how we need to take our fitness, our health, very important, even in time like this, when there's a global pandemic, COVID-19, people are at home, most people are working from home. We need to take our fitness and health very important, in terms of our mental health, physical health, even our social health. And thanks to Dr. Roy, I enjoyed our Zumba session. Yes, thank you. So let's move on to the next slide. Yes, we've done the introductory. Yes. So objective. I would have also gone on with a practical aspect, but we need to recover from the Zumba session with Dr. Bidia. Okay, so as time goes, I hope I have enough time to also take a practical session with a few minutes after the slide and just practicalize the aerobics, the movement, and everything. So at the end of this presentation, you should know what aerobics is, the variations of aerobics, types of home aerobics exercises, things that most people are working from home. They need to be engaged in physical activity to know the kind of exercise you can do even while at home, to stay fit and active, because some gyms are still closed up to now. So safety measures in aerobics, and also the benefit of aerobics to our health and well-being. Yes, thank you. And I would like this session to be more interactive. I'm focusing some questions like this question here. So I want to respond, so you can feel free to type in the chat box. So which exercise plays on the body and increase demand for oxygen in a moderate, continuous, rhythmic, and steady manner? It's an open question, so anyone can just type it out. Those on YouTube, like those, especially those on Zoom, so you can read it out. Please, I'd like you to respond before we go on in the session. There's something interesting about you being the speaker. You talked about you also learn as a teacher. Yes, I'm a physical and health education teacher. While I teach, I also learn because I listen to my students also share their ideas. And most times, some things the students say, I learn from them also. So please feel free to type your answers. Please You can type your answers in the chat. Please, there's no wrong answer. Just feel free to type out your answer. Which exercise plays on the body and increase demand for oxygen in a moderate, continuous, rhythmic, and steady manner? Yes, anyone? Anyone? Please, I need your response. I need your response. Just type in your response, please. Let it not be a one-way side. Please feel free to type in whatever comes to your mind. Just put it out there, please. Type it out, please. Yes, yes, yes. I'm waiting. Please don't keep us waiting. We are working with time. You know, I love Indian so much. You know, while I'm waiting for your response, please. I've learned a lot through, you know, especially your films. The Indian movies, they are really impactful. Sometimes when I feel drama, sometimes I go into watching Indian movies and they're like, they tell about the life experience, you know, talking of like Stars on Earth, you know. This is a great movie I really enjoyed from India. Even Three Idiots, though it's way back 2009. So now it's relevant to the situation right here, you know, taking life easy, you know, even imagine academics with having a good lifestyle. It goes a long way, you know, not letting stress and work life, study, school, everything to deprive you from, you know, experiencing life in its fullness. Okay, so by my don't get any response, so we just go on. So talking about the exercise that can help to increase the demand for oxygen in a moderate, continuous, rhythmic, and steady manner. That's aerobics, okay? Can we move to the next slide? So what is aerobics? Okay, aerobics literally means in the presence of oxygen. So there's presence of oxygen, okay? So aerobics is a form of physical exercise that combines rhythmic aerobic exercise with stretching and strength training routines with the goal of improving all elements of fitness, as a flexibility, muscular strength, and cardiovascular fitness from Wikipedia. So the picture you can see on the side, that's me taking a session in a church. Like before the COVID-19, we do have a monthly aerobics session, and like to improve the health and well-being of our members, the Covenant Nation, that's in Lagos, Nigeria. So I was taking a session, you know, while keeping social distance. That was last year, you know, engaging the members in aerobics exercise, which really helps our health and wellness. Slide. Let's move to the next slide. Hope you can all hear me. Coming. Oh. Okay, let's move on. What is aerobics? Still on it? I'm trying to connect my okay, yeah, let's go on. Yeah, so what's aerobics? It is usually performed to music and maybe practice in a group setting led by an instructor, fitness professional. Or it can be done solo and without musical accompaniment, with the goal of preventing illness and promoting physical fitness. Practitioners perform various routines comprising a number of different dance-like exercises. Formal aerobics classes are divided into different levels of intensity and complexity, and we'll have 5 components. You know, the warm-up, this is how you start, just like Dr. Bidha. The way she started, we start with a warm-up. This is very important. Whatever exercise you are doing, even when we are engaging in sporting activities, warm-up is very important. You know, it helps to prepare our body, you know, for the exercise. It helps to, you know, prepare our body and mind for what's coming, okay? And it to arouse the interest, you know, I deal with children, you know, helps to arouse the interest of those children in performing the exercise. Also helps in preventing injury. When you do a proper warm-up, it really helps. Then cardiovascular conditioning, that's between 25 to 30 minutes. Muscular strength, 10 to 15 minutes. Cool down. Cool down. It's also important after you've done the exercise, like upper body exercise, lower body exercise to cardiovascular exercise. That's exercise to help strengthen, your core, your arms, or your upper body. Yeah. So warm down is also very important, just as the warm up. Warm down helps to regulate, your heart rate. After you've gone the high intensity exercise. That's cool down exercise helps to regulate your heart rate, and also stretches. That's flexibility exercise. Also good. You can do like yoga towards the end after doing a cool down. Some stretches also help. Also helps. We need to spend more time doing stretches and flexibility exercise. Even it helps the sportsmen also to prevent injury. When you spend more time doing flexibility exercise, you have less injury when performing any sport of your choice. So that's also an exercise session, before lockdown, aerobic session. So let's move to the next slide. Aerobics exercise. Now, aerobic exercise can be of two types, namely low impact and high impact. The low impact exercises include swimming, walking, cycling, rowing. And this low impact exercise, it's mainly for for instance, the pregnant women, the elder citizens, that's the elderly, and for those that have a low fitness level. So this for them, okay? For them. While the high impact exercises include jogging, skipping, jumping jack, stair climbing, and even kickboxing also high impact exercise. This I can categorize the athletes, in this level. And there are some people that they just have that urge. They really know the benefit of exercise, so they can also fall into this high impact exercise. Those that take their exercise seriously, they keep improving as they exercise on a daily basis, maybe by jogging, walking, exercising, there are some different variations we can do, even aerobics using dumbbell and just stretching, going with the music, going with the reading, everything. So let's move to the next slide. Variations of aerobics exercises. Okay, so aerobic exercises has become fun and interesting due to indigenous variants. For example, aerobic dancing, which is usually done in groups. The latest craze in aerobics is Zumba, a combination of regular aerobics and Latin dance. Just as we had, the last session we had with Dr. Vidya, right? Yes, she led us through, Dr. Vidya Roy, she led us through the Zumba exercise. It's a really good one that you can even go to watch. After the end of, I know it's always on YouTube, you can still refer back to it. It's a really good exercise. It's a fun way to exercise. Yes, you're dancing. Yes, you're moving your body. At the same time, you're working out. It's really helping strengthening your heart, and this kind of exercise also helps to prevent some heart diseases, cardiovascular, like disease of the heart, even the lungs, okay? It helps to prevent these diseases. So when we engage in this fun exercise, we are helping our health, we are helping ourselves, we are preventing communicable disease, even non-communicable disease. Yeah, talking of cancer, doing this kind of exercise really helps preventing exercise. And you can always have, depending, through dance exercise, you can make it low impact and also of high impact, okay? Yes, you can do that. So as an instructor, you can, depending on the kind of group you are dealing with, they're the elderly ones, the kind of low impact, you don't go too intense, you don't go intense in your activity, you take it one at a time and take it slowly, okay? Or if it's high intense, you can be faster with different movements. After some practice, after weeks of practice, you can increase the tempo depending on the group you are working with, okay? So variations of aerobic exercises, freestyle aerobics, let's talk about that. Excuse me. So freestyle aerobics or aerobic dance is an aerobic style in which a group instructor choreographs several short dance combinations and teaches them to the class. As we had the previous slide, she was teaching us some steps. Okay, you can call it a group aerobic session. So this is usually achieved by teaching the class 1 to 2 movements at a time and repeating the movement until it is able to join the whole choreography together. Aerobic music is used throughout the class. This is sometimes followed by a strength section, which uses body weight exercises to strengthen muscles, and a stretch routine to cool down and improve flexibility. Classes are usually 30 to 60 minutes in length and may include the use of equipment such as barbell, aerobic step, or small weights. Like I said earlier, using weights really also helps, okay? In aerobic session, using like maybe 2 kg for women, just 2 kg, one on the left hand, one on the right hand. You can do different variation, different movements using the small weight. So in freestyle aerobics, the instructor choreographs the routine and adjusts it to the needs and wants of each class. So as a fitness instructor, you have to be aware, you have to be present at the moment with your class, with your clients, or with your group. Study them and know what do they need, what do they want, what aspects are they focusing on. So there is often no difference between these movements in freestyle and pre-choreographed programs. It is practiced to improve aerobic fitness, flexibility, and strength. Okay. So talking of flexibility, what's flexibility? Is just the ability to move well at your joints. Yeah. And to achieve this, you have to do more stretches. Warm down the stretches after you've done exercise, either Zumba session, aerobic session. You have to make sure you don't miss the warm down and the stretches. Yeah, at the end, towards the end, really helps, to cool the body, to regulate the heart rate. Yeah, yes, to also help in also preventing injury. Yeah, also helps you to relax, to restore your body to its form. And some people, after the cool down session, they don't feel like going to bed, they're going to sleep. Maybe a yoga cool down session. All right, let's move to the next slide. So variation of aerobics, aerobic gymnastics. Let's talk about aerobic gymnastics. So a sports aerobics team. Aerobic gymnastics, also known as sports aerobics and competitive aerobics, may combine complicated choreography, rhythmic and acrobatic gymnastics with elements of aerobics. Performance is divided into categories by age, sex, and groups, individual, mixed pairs, and trios, and are judged on the following elements: that is dynamic and static strength, jumps and leaps, kicks, balance, and flexibility. 10 exercises are mandatory: 4 consecutive high leg kicks patterns. A maximum of 10 elements from following families are allowed. That's push-ups, supports and balances, kicks and splits, jumps and leaps, element of tumbling, such as handsprings, handstands, backflips, and area somersaults are prohibited. Scoring is by judging an artistic quality, creativity, execution, and difficulty of routines. Sport aerobics has state, national, and international competitions, but is not an Olympic sport. Okay. So let's move to the next slide. At home aerobics exercise. This is very important. At home aerobic exercise. Since people are still at home, some gyms are still closed, making sure to limit the spread of the disease or to prevent. Okay. So most people still work from home, even your daily work, maybe your job, still work from home. So that means we need to imbibe this home workout, home aerobic exercise. And most of this aerobic exercise, you might not need an equipment. Some people might complain and say, "Oh, I don't have what to work with. I don't have any equipment. I don't have anything. How can I stay fit?" Yes, they can still stay fit, using aerobics, using music, and just moving to the rhythm. You'll be watching videos on YouTube, aerobic session, and just keying into that. Before you know, you start sweating, not without even stepping out of your compound or your house. So let's go on. Cardiovascular exercises can be done at home. There are many you can do with little to no equipment. Okay, Always warm up for 5 to 10 minutes before starting any exercise. So you can see that any exercise, it's not limited to aerobics, okay? It's not limited to aerobics. If you are a sports person, if you're a basketballer, if you are a tennis player, volleyballer, football, swimming, even swimming, okay? Gymnastics, warm up is very important. Always warm up, don't rush into it. Oh, let's play ball, oh, there's ball, let's go, let's play. Warm up is very important. You always see players, when it's time to substitute, you see them, jogging back and forth. That's warm up for them, okay, to prepare before going into the to the field. So jump rope equipment, gym shoes, sneakers, and jump rope. What is the benefit of jump rope? Jump rope helps develop better body awareness, hand foot coordination, and agility. And it's not limited to that. What's agility? Agility is the ability to move in different direction within a short period of time. So skipping, like jump rope, is really good. For some people can even lose weight through just skipping. Skipping and being consistent with it. That's one of the exercises you can do. And the safety aspect, your jump rope should be adjusted for your height. Stand with both feet on the middle of the rope and extend the handles to your armpits. Okay, that's the height you are going for. If it's too long, cut or tight it to avoid tripping on the rope. Duration and frequency: 15 to 25 minutes, 3 to 5 days per week. Following a jump rope cycle is a great indoor or outdoor activity, though you will want to make sure you have plenty of space. Your cycle routine should take 15 to 25 minutes to complete. So whatever you're doing, especially when it has to do with skipping, make sure you have space to yourself. Whereby while you're skipping, the rope doesn't get attached to something else, that maybe draw something down, or make sure while you're doing the aerobics is the skipping. Using jump rope is spacious, and you can easily get a rope. And if you can't go to the store being scared of COVID-19, you can improvise and make sure the length is well adjusted to your height. Can move to the next slide. Safety is very important. Okay, so if you are a beginner, start by jogging forward as you swing the jump rope over your head and under your feet. Do this move for 15 seconds. As a beginner, you have to start by jogging forward as you swing. Don't just watch a video like professional, like using jump ropes. Let me start like that. As a beginner, you have to start from simple, okay? Simple to complex. Start gradually and build yourself up to that level where you can, even jump with your 2 legs and do different moves with your ropes. So next, reverse your direction and jog backward as you continue to swing the jump rope. Do this move for 15 seconds. Finish your set by doing a hopscotch jump for 15 seconds. Do this move, jump rope in place, and as you jump, alternate between jumping your feet out to the sides and then back to the center. Similar to how you'd move them while doing jumping jacks, okay? Do this move for 15 seconds. Rest for 15 seconds between sets. Repeat 18 times, okay? When you're doing this exercise, you need to take a break, 15 seconds, and even come back, depending on the repetition, how you want to go about it. So rest is also good in between your exercise. If it is 5 seconds, if it is 10 seconds, okay? You rest and maybe you need to take water to stay hydrated. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. So if you're an intermediate exerciser, you can perform the moves for 30 seconds and rest for 30 seconds between sets. And advanced cycles should be performed for 60 seconds at a time, followed by 60 seconds of rest. Now, aerobic strength cycles, equipment, what do you need for this? Gym shoes, sneakers, study chair, or pouch for dips. Excuse me. Benefits. This exercise increases heart and cardiovascular health, build up strength, and tones major muscle groups. Safety. Focus on proper form with each exercise to avoid injury. Keep your heart rate at a moderate level throughout. You should be able to carry on a brief conversation during this exercise. Okay, let's just move to the next slide. Okay, duration and frequency, 15 to 25 minutes, 3 to 5 times per week. This aerobic circuit is designed to get your heart rate up and perform the following strength exercise for 1 minute. That'll cover squats, lunges, push-up, dips, torso twist. That's your upper body. When you say torso, that's talking about your upper body. Then jog or march in place for 1 minute for your active rest. This is one circuit. Repeat the circuit 2 to 3 times. You can rest for up to 5 minutes between circuits. Cool down afterward with some light stretching. Okay. If you notice, all these exercises I'm mentioning, we talk about the warm-up aspect, the cool down aspect, and also the stretching. I can say, the reason for some people getting injured, in sporting activity, it's one of the reasons is because of not spending more time stretching. Look at tennis players like Federer. He spends more time doing stretching exercises. Even Djokovic, he does yoga also. So as a sport person, as a physical health educator, as a fitness enthusiast, so you have to take your stretching exercise. Yes, it's good to lift weights. Yes, it's good. Even yes, for the weightlifter, it's also very important to do stretches. Okay. Yeah, for weightlifters, to spend more time stretching the body, due to the weights lifting, power lifting, all these things, it might make your body become stiff. But when after your training, weightlifting, spend time doing stretches. It's really good. It goes a long way. It gives you an edge, ahead. You're able to stretch your body, not just building the muscle. Okay. You're able to stretch and also still flexible while weightlifting. Okay. So exercise safety. Exercise safety is very good to know the safety rules when we are doing a different exercise. What are the safety rules? So it is recommended that you talk with your physician before you start an exercise program. Okay. Ask what or ask if any limitations you may have. People who suffer from diabetes, hypertension, heart diseases, arthritis, pulmonary conditions, or other health conditions may need additional safety guidelines for exercise. Note, if you develop symptoms during exercise, including but not limited to unusual shortness of breath, tightness in the chest, shoulder, or jaw pain, lightheadedness, dizziness, confusion, or joint pain, you should stop exercising immediately. You stop exercising immediately and contact your physician. So it is very important that any exercise you're engaging in, we consult a doctor, specialist, a professional, to know, to examine your body, to know if you are fit for that exercise or for that program. Okay, and if at all you are doing this exercise, you are doing aerobics, either high intensity, high impact is a program, a session, and you feel this tightness in the chest, you just have to stop immediately at that point in time. Don't say, oh, yes, I can push on. Yes, yeah. Even if the coach is motivating you, you are the owner of your body. You know what's wrong, you know what's happening. You have to just stop immediately and consult a specialist. Okay, but prevention is always better than cure. It's better to know your status, before you put in for any program, fitness program, exercise program. Okay, to know if you can really your body, your heart rates, your body system can adjust, can fit into that program. Okay, let's move to the next slide. So health benefit of exercise. Okay, that's me. That's my school, Readington American International School. Just since there's what do you call social distance. Social distance. The school might have to tell me how to engage the children during their outdoor. Apart from my PhD class, during their outdoor, they have to still be active and still exercise. Because it benefits the body, not only just the body, also their concentration in class. Teenagers, they need to engage more in exercise. Okay, even the adults. So everyone needs to engage in exercise. Even the WHO World Health Organization recommend like this 30 minutes of exercise, per day. I think okay, yes, for 30 minutes of exercise per day for adults. I think children 1 hour. Okay, so it's really important. So how to put this in aerobics? So during the outdoor period, I bring out those Bluetooth speaker to play music. Some of majority the girls, they come around, to partake in this aerobic session, and it's all fun and exciting. You see them sweating it out while participating in aerobic session. While the boys, some of them play tennis, which is a non-contact sport, and racing and all other activities. So incorporating aerobics into our lifestyle can make a drastic difference to our fitness level irrespective of our age and body size. So you can say, oh, I cannot move my body. I'm too fat. I can't, this when it comes to music, a lot of people want to, let's step in, let's move our body. So it's a really good way to lose weight without having to carry any iron or anything, Yes, they are sweating out, moving their legs, moving their hands, moving their body. Well, by so doing, they are also losing weight and also staying in shape, staying healthy. Okay. Even the elderly, they are always like low impact, exercise they can do. There are some elderly ones, that their level of fitness can also even go on high impact. For instance, look at Professor Dr. Manika. She didn't tell you, say she's 60, I think she's 65. And look at her, look at the way she's still exercising her body, keeping fit. Even some youths, might not be able to do what she's doing at her level. Yes. So it goes a long way, in terms of helping mental, physical well-being. It increases fitness. Increased fitness implies that you burn more calories compared to a sedentary person even during sleep. So yes, a lot of people around the world are working from home. Most people complain of low back pain, due to their sedentary lifestyle, sitting for webinar meetings without moving their body, exercising, and having this aerobic session, play music, moving to the rhythm, like moving your hands, you can even start from head, moving to different parts of your body, roll your shoulder inwards, outwards, rotate the hands forward, backwards, twist the waist, high knee, kick your butt, Heisman, 1, 2, 3 Heisman, jumping jacks, lunges, six-ups, and just starting from, yes, they are moving, they are having fun, listening to music, moving, and at the same time, they are burning more calories. They burn calories and kind of stay in shape. So no matter the body size, no matter the age, people can fit in. They can fit into a aerobic session when they ask to do a dance and movement of the body. So let's move to the next slide. Still on health benefits. So incorporating aerobics into our lifestyle can make a drastic difference to our fitness level in respect of our, yes, I've talked about it. So doing aerobics, the muscles should be made to work hard enough to require lots of oxygen, but not so hard as to push the heart beyond its capacity to deliver it. So that's why it's always good. It's always good to between your aerobic session, between your workout session, you take time to, even if it's just 3 seconds. Okay, inhale, stretch your hands up, exhale, bring it down. Have breaks in between your aerobic session. Then you go on with your session. Okay, it's always good to have break in between. Okay, just to ensure we have oxygen needed, oxygenated blood like flowing through, and we are, yes, as we are exercising, we are taking in oxygen. Okay, so taking a deep breath, not just shallow, not just chest breathing. Okay, really breathing deep. Okay, which really also helps our respiratory system and our lungs. Yes, the COVID-19 affects our respiratory system, but you know what? Even breathing, conscious breathing also helps to strengthen our respiratory system. So when you engage in conscious breathing, like really taking a deep breath in, pranayama, yes, it's called pranayama in yoga, breathing exercise. You get different breathing exercise. Closing your left nostril, breathing into your right nostril, close the right nostril, breathe out to the left, breathe into the left, close it, breathe out to the right. So this consciousness, this conscious breathing really helps us. And there are three important things that we need, to stay alive to stay alive. And the number one thing is food. Yes, we eat food we need energy. We eat and we drink water to stay hydrated. And the third one, which is the most important thing, is the breath. We breathe in and out. And all the two one that the poster have mentioned, yes, for instance, you can stay without food for at least a week. You can stay without food for at least a week. You can stay without water for let's say a day. Yeah, but you cannot stay without breathing for just 1 or 2 seconds. Apart from the swimmers, like professional swimmers, they can hold their breath for maybe 3 minutes or thereabouts. So we need to be conscious of our breathing every day where we live our life. Sometimes when we are faced with stress, maybe we are stressed at work, maybe too much meeting, maybe just frustration or maybe anxiety, just take that time to just have a deep breath, inhale. Really take a deep inhale and exhale. Just stretch with it, and you just feel this peace. You feel this peace of mind. So when you are doing your aerobic session, also the high impact, always take a break in between. So consciously take a deep breath in, maybe stretching the hands up, hands across your head. Exhale, bring your hands down, cross. Just doing like maybe five counts and continue your exercise, your aerobic session, your Zumba session. And after some minutes, just take a long inhale, exhale, maybe inhale through the nose, get your hands up, and exhale through the mouth, bring your hands down. So it really goes a long way, ensuring that we don't push ourselves, work ourselves too hard, Yeah, don't go beyond, you don't push the heart beyond its capacity to deliver, right? So let's move to the next slide. So still on health benefits. According to American College of Sport Medicine, aerobic exercises done 3 times a week for at least 20 minutes at 60% of the maximum heart rate surface, okay, for increasing the fitness level of an average person. Okay, what does this mean? Okay, so when you perform aerobic exercise, 3 times a week for just at least 20 minutes, assessment of the maximum heart rate, it helps the fitness level, it increases the fitness level of an average person, okay? And for better and faster results, one can exercise more often and for longer duration, let's say 40 to 45 minutes, okay? But definitely not other than 60% of maximum heart rate. So we are encouraged to what? Fitness, it should be a lifestyle, it should be our lifestyle. The way I see fitness, it's from the word fit. And for instance, when you wear a clothes, you want to wear a fitted clothes, that you are comfortable with. You can't wear oversized clothes, you won't be comfortable in it. And if it's too tight for you, you will still not be comfortable. We all want to look fit, want to have a dress that fits, that looks nice, that people will appreciate. So now talking about the physical fitness, your body has to, you have to be in good shape. Your posture, the way you appear, the way you appear, like you don't have any postural defects. Your posture is intact. When you're walking tall. When you're sitting, you sit upright. These are the benefits what you're going to get from exercise. In Lagos, yeah, there are some people that advertise drugs in a bus. Sometimes I go around and they'll tell you, oh, this drug, oh, if you have low back pain, use it. You know what? I just sit down my seat and just smile. I hope they know that what they need is not really drug, because when they take that drug, they might not feel well for some time, and later on they still feel pain because of the kind of work they're engaging. Maybe some of them, the market women, they bend down, carry things, lift heavy materials, heavy weights, or let me not use weight, but let me just heavy things, market women, or some people working in factories, and they don't spend time, exercising, stretching the back. Okay, there are some exercises they can do to really stretch the back, and they complain of low back pain. So exercising, taking, being conscious of our health, our fitness level is very important. And how do I define physical fitness? I say physical fitness as the ability, to carry out your daily tasks, your daily work without undue fatigue, and still have enough strength to enjoy leisure. Let me say that again. Physical fitness is the ability to carry out our daily tasks without undue fatigue and still have enough strength or energy to enjoy leisure. Leisure is a free time to enjoy recreational activities. Yes, so you can't be too occupied with work that you say, I don't have time to exercise. You create a time. You all have 24 hours in a day. So when you create the time, even at work, those breaks you have, you go discuss, you can use that time, to just find the word, place your hand on the wall, standing, arm's length, shoulder in line with the wrist, and just slightly bend your knee, just stretch your back like a tabletop. Inhale, just come up, press your lower back in, just for the lower back to help stretch your back, sitting down for long hours. There are some exercises that can be done in the office to create that balance that, your health, your work, you're creating that balance. You don't let the work get more of you, and when you're done with your work, always create time for recreation. Maybe just hang out in the recreation center, even at home with your family. You can just put on the music, even if it's just 20, 15 minutes. Oh, who is the best dancer? Oh, let's move. You play the music, dancing, you laugh, laughing, that joy alone goes a long way, It helps to release some hormones in the body, feel good hormones. That really helps our health and well-being, and less of news, less of CNN, a lot of news are flying all around, even in Nigeria. I can't even remember last time I even opened the news. Yeah, I just look at the highlight. If it's negative, I don't spend much time on it. So our health is very important. You have to guide what we listen to, what we do. Our own happiness is paramount, more important. Make sure you, your family, everyone around you are in good health, in sound mind, and it's your responsibility to make sure that happens. Don't fill your mind with the negative news all around. Find things that will bring joy and happiness, that will keep your fitness high there. Exercise with your family at home. Even when you're back, just freshen up. Even if it doesn't take much time, 10 to 15, 30 minutes, just spend time, even if it's playing games, and have fun. And yes, our health is very important, our fitness and health. Let's move to the next slide. So still a benefit of health benefit of aerobics. So that's the picture you're seeing there is also one of, I told you I do have a monthly aerobics session in my church. I'm a volunteer there. I attend the Covenant Nation, yes, Lagos. So we do have it's a monthly thing. We do go have a aerobics session where people come together, they relate. The social aspect is also important. You meet people, you laugh together, you talk together, exchange contacts, and just have a good time, spread it out. And fitness is the key, okay? Health in mind and body. So improves cardiovascular conditioning, decreases risk of heart disease, lower blood pressure, okay? That's the benefit of aerobics now. Increase HDL, or good cholesterol, okay? It also helps to better control blood sugar. That's blood sugar level, that's diabetes, that's high blood sugar level. So when you participate in aerobics exercise, it helps, to better control blood sugar, okay? So assist in weight management or weight loss. So aerobics is really good. When you do it, when you're consistent with it. People talk about, I want to lose weight. Yeah, I've been indoors, not been going out, I want to lose weight. Aerobics is a good way to lose, it's not just a good way, it's a fun way to lose weight. I believe Dr. Vidya Roy can attest to that, while having fun while exercising, yes, you're losing a lot of you're losing burning calories. You know, you are not causing any harm. You're not lifting 150 kg. You're not lifting. You're just moving your body. So the experience is all around. You feel it all around, right from your head to the sole of your feet. I mean, you know, you feel the benefits and you feel refreshed when you put everything in place. The warm up, you know, the real deal, the session, either Zumba or any dance activity, the cool down, you don't miss that, and the stretches. Yoga, you can even add yoga to it. You know, having yoga and aerobics, these are two great combo. You know, it's a great combo having aerobics and yoga. Those two, they work very well. You know, having gives you that perfect body shape, no matter your age, no matter your size. Combining those two, aerobics and also maybe want to add 2 kg to eating weight, moving for women, you know, stretching with it, up, moving with the radial, like as you can see the picture, you can see they are crossing the hand. Now crossing the hand, taking it like uppercuts, maybe with 2 kg on the left hand or right hand. You go up, the other side you go up. You know, it's really good. It's really good and it's fun. You will tell them smile and just it's really working. It's working in their body. So it improves lung function. As talking about your respiratory system, you know. And remember, between your aerobic session, you can only take time to for just 3 seconds. Inhale, stretch your hands up. Inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth as you bring your hands up. You know, doing that is, you know, it's relaxing and they go on again. Let's go the high intensity, high impact also, or high intense. I mean, so you go on again. After some while, you know, you can't compare their fitness level with you as an instructor because I said it earlier that you have to be able to study your group to know what's happening. If they are tired, you should know. You should be present at that moment, not be thinking about something because they are there for you and you should be available for them. At every of their movement, you're gazing around, you're looking, no matter how much they even they are 50, if they're up to 50, you should be able to, you know, and the arrangement also matters. When you're having a session, making sure those that are at their height, they are short, you know, have them in front, you know, according to your height, so that you can see what's going on and they can all see you. When you have someone tall in front and someone short, you will just be calling your session, discussing with them, and they are not seeing you. You are not doing for them. You are just talking. You're not concerned about them. But when you arrange them, you know, put everybody in their rightful place. The short ones, they are in front, you know, according to the height, and you have them well spaced, and they can see what you are doing. Okay, and you can see them. You know, that's when you can say, oh, this person is really. You can even call their name. Okay, just to encourage them when they feel they are not getting it right. They are not getting the move right. You can call their attention to it. Oh, yes, Frank, yes, you're doing well. Okay, let's go step. You're calling their name. You know, you see them that they're kind of, you know, getting distracted or something. You call their name to make them feel, oh, you are with them. You're present with them. Okay, and it's all fun, all true is all fun. So it decreases resting heart rate. Yeah, decreases resting heart rate. So when you do all this, you do the warm-up session, you go into the aerobics dance session, Zumba session, even sports. When you warm up, when you do the proper stretches, and even in the warm-up session, if you are a sports person, there are some specific exercises you need to do as a sports person. For instance, you play volleyball. Yes, you warm up, you stretch, you know, maybe 50 meter jog, you know, high knee, you know, jumping jacks. So there's some exercise you need to also do as a volleyball, and that's specific exercise. You know, you play volleyball with your, you know, lower arm, so you need to exercise. You do the fist rotation, you know, you catch and manage your objects, you know, you stretch, open, bring your fingers to your shoulder, stretch it out, you know, you bend to the other side. Your knee also squats because you're going to bend down to get the ball, either digging a volley or serving. You're serving. So specific one more also cut across all sports. Football, you know, you need footwork. All these things, you put them in place before going into the field of play and start playing. Okay, swimming also. Swimmers, there are some exercises you can do as a swimmer. Some yoga exercises, just stretch your hands, your leg, lying on your belly or yoga mat. You stretch your face, gaze to the mat, stretch your right hand up, left foot up, bring it down, right hand, alternate, right hand, left hand up, right leg on. So, you exercise, you're preparing for the swimming exercise you have. So warm up, cut across every aspect. And if it's just for us to stay fit, that means all around, okay, just stretch the normal stretch, just like we had Dr. Professor Dr. Marika, yeah. I watched the session. She showed us videos of how you can warm up. And there are different form of exercise, There are different, Professor Dr. Manika, yes. She had a session with us and she showed us those videos, how you can warm up, stretch your leg forward, and upper body, lower body, all around, and also enjoy the exercise, okay? So let's move to the next session, the next slide, So in conclusion, incorporating an aerobic exercise program into your lifestyle offers many health benefits. It helps to raise your fitness level, decreases your body mass index, decreases blood pressure, and improves lipid profile, and relieves anxiety and tension. Sorry, I'm coming. I need to help you with me. Okay. Yeah, just give me a second. Go on. Okay, so let's go on. So, relieves anxiety and tension. Yes, what do I mean by that? This is the conclusion aspect. So anxiety, tension, people are worried, people are scared about what's going on. Thank God it's the COVID-19 of 18 is going down here in Africa. I believe that's same there with you. And people are trying to come back to, yes, we still put on our nose masks, to avoid the spread. Yes, we observe the protocols, washing of hands regularly. It's going on with hand sanitizer. But some people are still scared. They are worried, They are scared. Small things, see people call their attention, they have gone. They are thinking about something. But this exercise, having this exercise session with them, it helps to relieve anxiety and tension. That see, we are still living, we are still healthy, we are having fun, we are staying fit, because our health is the paramount thing. What's the health? What the health organization says, health is a state of complete, well-being, not just the absence of illness, but a state of physical, mental, social, and emotional well-being. Okay, so someone can look healthy. Okay, they don't have disease, but are they really fit in terms of their mental health, in terms of their social health, in terms of their emotions? So exercise also helps in dealing with all these things. It helps to deal with all these things. Okay, and lastly, it makes you look fabulous due to toned muscles, improved posture, and increased flexibility. Okay, I think come to the I hope I still are. Let me move to the next slide. So for reference, okay, these are my references. I get some of the materials from. Okay, so let's move to the next slide. Okay, stay fit, stay healthy. Thank you. I think am I still on time? Hello,
Thank you so
can you hear
much,
me?
Mr. Alabawali. Thank you so much for discussing to us your topic about aerobics, the variations of aerobic exercises, exercise safety, and health benefits of aerobics. Thank you so much for that, sir. Sir
You're
Jason.
welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. So thank you so much, Mr. Um, Thank you so much, Mr. Ole Olazundi, for a very informative and engaging topic about aerobics, the variation of aerobic exercise, at-home aerobic exercise, and health benefits of aerobics. Now, to present the certificate of appreciation to Mr. Olabuwale Oluzunde, may I read the citation, the content of the Certificate of Appreciation, International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India and International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education, and Iron Games, presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Mr. Olabuwale Oluzunde for imparting his valuable insights and expertise as resource speaker during the global workshop on functional fitness with the theme Fitness Moving the World, given this 10th day of April 2021 via Zoom platform. Signed, Dr. Piyush Jain, National Secretary, PEFI, Dr. Kokab Azim, the President of IFFH PEIG, and the President of IAPES, Associate Professor Dr. Jewelson M. Santos. Thank you very much, sir. And now, moving on to present to us, may I present to you, my dear participants, the next speaker or presenter, our fourth presenter this afternoon, the professor of Savitha College of Physiotherapy in Savitha Institute of Medical and Technical Science in Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Let's all welcome Dr. Muthukumaran Jyotilingam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for having me here. I hope I am audible to all. Am I?
Yes, sir. It's audible.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I just straight away just go to the presentation. And before I start, I just want to congratulate the team, International Association of Physical Education and then Sports, and the Physical Education Foundation of India, and other organizations who have joined with these two organizations to host a online-based conference on the functional training, and which is a need of the hour. And so I'm going to talk about how to design the program. And from the beginning, I think during the introduction speech as well, our one of the introduction speech giver has said that the foundational 7 movements, and also we had the initial faculty who are given a very good demonstration of stretching workouts and calisthenic workouts, and followed by the Zumba instructor, and also like previous one who talked about the aerobics. And I was happy that being part of this wonderful session. So as I told you guys before, I'm just going to have the slides on how to design your program. And you all know that the functional movements, I'm not going to talk about the basics. You all know that the functional training is more related to the simulation or like replication or like imitation, whatever you say, of any given activity. So it has to be tailored or modified according to the individual. So functional training is not meant only to the what you say, like for the athlete. It can be given to you even for your children or adolescent girls or your boys or your elder woman or your elder man, even for the old age population, even for your homemaker, or you can see people who live the sedentary lifestyle who want to reduce weight, or any walks of life, not only for apparently normal. And functional training plays major role in people who are coming out of a stroke or maybe a paralysis or after a surgery. So functional training is it's like omnipresent. So you cannot complete a design like a rehab program or a fitness training or a weight reduction program, whatever it is. It can be an elite level athlete, or it can be a apparently normal individual, or old age, from a younger age, or adolescent, whatever it is. Anybody can get into this functional training, but being an exercise professional, we have to know how to design a program. For example, and there is a saying, exercise is a drug of choice. So, which means we have to treat exercise like a drug. So if you go to your physician for your ailments, he might initially start off with a medication. So the medication, how your doctor used to prescribe, he used to give you a dosage for your medication you are having. So if you are having an underdosage drug, or like if a drug is being overdosage to you, either you will not having a actual effect of your drug, and if you are having a overdosage of your drug, and will end up in a serious complications. Likewise, exercise has to be treated like a drug, which means exercise does have a dosage. So it's not like merely giving exercise, what are the exercise I know, or what are the exercise you just gone through a course or a program or a workshop. Okay, I have been practicing it. I'm just going to give this bunch of exercise modules onto my client or onto my patient or whoever. So that will end up in a chaos. You most of the time you won't get the desired result out of your program. So the problem here is people not having the knowledge or like science behind the exercise program design, or so-called exercise prescription, you can say. So that is why I would you might say like exercise prescription. You are prescribing something to someone, and what we do as an exercise professional, we prescribe some exercise to the people. So when the exercise parameters, when the exercise prescription is not being done in a proper manner, for sure your client is not going to get the whole benefit out of your exercise program. So if some of your client is not getting an actual result, or like the result what you're working for, and you may have to inspect your exercise program retrospectively, which parameter has gone wrong. So you might you are in a position to fix that, and not only the exercise program, a lot of other factors out there, maybe the nutritional factor, and the movement pattern you take, or maybe the injury factor the individual has. Lot of factors involved, but exercise parameter plays a major role. Even it may lead to the injuries. It's not only in the good one. If your parameters is being manipulated in a bad manner, for sure it may end up in a overtraining, or it may end up in a repetitive strain to the individual. Okay, so let's get into the topic now. And I think I can skip the few slides, because right from beginning, many people, our dignitaries, have talked about the 7 primal pattern movements. So like squat, bend, lunge, push, pull, twist, and then gait. So we call it as primal patterns. So why we call it as primal patterns? These are the primitive movements we have been doing. So most of the time, even our daily activities, if you look, and we used to bend or we used to lunge most of the time in not only in daily activities, most of the sporting activities involves lunge, whereas push is part of our daily activities, and pull, of course, we do, twist we do, and gait. And gait is not only about walking, it involves, the gait is a compilation or like combination of walking, jogging, running, and then sprinting. So it's a generic term. So don't get gait means just only walking. Gait, the term involves right from walking to the sprinting, and you all know what is the sprinting, is a high intensity running. So it's a combination of all right from walking to the sprinting. So here are the terminologies, or like exercise prescription parameters we use. So when we prescribe exercise to someone, and we might fix like, okay, let's do the bench press for this many times, or like this many duration, or you might say like this much weight you have to lift. Okay, and commonly we use these parameters. We might use the frequency, or the time, or the duration, or the volume of exercise. And the volume of exercise is the combination of repetition and then the set, how many times the individual do, and then how many sets the individual do the exercise. And load, and then the intensity is the amount of weight the individual is lifting for a particular training. So I'm just going to break into this each parameters. I'm going to expand a bit in detail about each parameters of the exercise prescription. So before you put anyone into the exercise program, you have to have a training age. Okay, you have to have the training age of the client of the individual. So training age is nothing but how long the individual had been doing a exercise program. So you fix someone into a beginner category if someone have been doing a hardcore, a prescribed exercise program for less than a year. Okay, which means at least for a year they must be doing a training, or they must be doing a some sort of prescribed exercise. It can be aerobic, it can be anaerobic, or a weight training, whatever it is. Okay, so less than a year we consider them as a beginner, and from 1 year to 2 years we consider them as a intermediate people. The training age is intermediate, and more than 2 years if someone have been doing some sort of sports conditioning or a training, any kind of exercise, we fix them as a advanced age. So why we have to categorize your client into these categories, either as a beginner or an intermediate or advanced? Based on this, we can refrain the people from doing the certain exercises. For example, a deadlift, a clean and jerk, or a clean and a snatch. Okay, these are the complex movement or like explosive kind of activities, demands very good motor control or like neuromotor control on the individual. So you cannot introduce a beginner or even intermediate to do those a complex movement. So that is why determining someone's training age is plays a major role in fixing the exercise to them. So at least you can convince them that you at least you should be doing the basic exercise for at least a year before getting into the advanced exercises. And the first parameter what I'm going to talk here is the repetition, and traditionally we call it as reps. And reps is nothing but how many times we does exercise. For example, people will be doing a squats or a lunges or a lat pull down or a bench press or shoulder front raise or side raise, biceps curl, whatever it is. Whatever the functional training you give, whatever the traditional training you give, you are going to fix a repetition as a parameter. So when you talk about the repetition, how many reps, how many times the individual should be doing their exercise. For example, right from 6 repetition to the a maximum of 12, or maybe more than 12, you can go up to 25 repetition of any given exercise. So, but where to fix the range? For example, if the individual comes to you to increase the strength of the muscles, so if you want to go for only improving the strength, make sure your repetition should not go more than 12. So no point in doing more than 12 repetition of a given exercise if someone's goal is to increase the strength. Okay, so whenever the repetition goes beyond the 12, it becomes the endurance training. It's no more a strength training. Whereas again, what you say, like 8 to 12 we consider as bodybuilding zone. A bodybuilding zone, you can say it as like it will increase the strength endurance component of the individual. So most of the sport and most of the games fall into this category. Whereas if you take like marathon runner, it's purely a aerobic sport. Whereas if you take a power lifter or a weight lifter, it's purely a anaerobic. So if you're training a anaerobic athlete, you can predominantly they will be doing a strength training, and in that case your repetition should not go more than 8, because they need purely a strength. They doesn't need to have a strength endurance, or not at all a endurance category. So you have to refrain from giving them a repetition of a given exercise more than 8, or a maximum of 10 maybe. Whereas if someone get into a strength endurance, like you can put them into the 8 to 12 repetition continuum or a range, and should not go more than 12 repetition. Okay, and whenever you introduce a new exercise to the individual, for example, they had been doing a training, they are in the training age of advanced category, and but still if you are introducing a new complex movement, a new range of exercise program to the individual, again don't impose the high intensity training to them, even though they are into the anaerobic sport. So the thumb rule here is, if someone is learning a new motor skill, it should be done more than 12 repetition, because you are learning the movement here. You don't push them into the lifting or pushing or pulling up the heavy weights. So initially when you introduce any new exercise to them, Your idea is to let them learn the movement, not to lift or push or pull the heavy weights. Okay. And another thumb rule is, as I have told you, never ever use a high intensity training to teach a new motor skill. That is what I have been insisting. And never induce a motor fatigue. So motor fatigue, you know what is in the fatigue? Fatigue is like muscle is getting tired, or like, that is the inability of the muscle to contract. So initially for a beginner, or when you introduce a new motor skill to an individual, never ever go for a motor fatigue. Don't go for a movement failure, because your body will go for a protective mechanism when you end up in a high intensity training in the very beginning. Okay. And one more thing, what we have to do is you have to look for the mental fatigue. So what is the difference between the motor fatigue and the mental fatigue? Is motor fatigue, physically they feel hard to do the exercise, whereas mental fatigue, it happens before the motor fatigue happens. And you have to look for the mental fatigue where the individual feels like they want to stop the exercise. So you have to stop doing exercise, and when you feel like stop doing the exercise in the beginning. I'm not saying it has to be done for whole exercise program. This is only for beginners and even for advanced individual when you introduce a new program. Once they become master the movement or the master the technique, you can go for the high intensity training according to your goal or the need. Okay. And next comes the set. And set is nothing but a group of repetition is the set. For example, when you prescribe an exercise, we might say like 12 repetition and then 2 sets or 3 sets or 4 or 5 or 6. Okay. And again, here the thumb rule is for the initial stage of the exercise program, even for the beginner and even for the people who get into the new advanced exercises for the first time, make sure you don't impose too many sets on the exercise, because our role is not to impose the actual training on them. Our goal must be to teach the movement pattern to them. Okay. So go for the higher repetition movement, as I have told you guys in the previous slide, and limit with just 1 to 2 sets in the beginning when you introduce a new program to the individual, because it prepares the body for the good adaptation. Okay. So the researcher says that it takes minimum of 6 to 8 weeks of training to progress from 1 to 2 sets to the 3 sets of exercise for the beginners at least. Okay. And to have a better adaptation and for the better results, you can maximum go for 20 to 25 sets. Okay. And 20 to 25 sets is for the whole exercise program, whole bunch of bout of exercise. Don't think it's only for the one variation of exercise. Okay. So for a session of exercise, make sure you're not going more than 25 sets of the whole bout of a session of weight training or a functional training. Because when it goes more than 25 sets, your body becomes more acidic, because the body breaks down a lot of muscle into it. You are practically speaking, whenever you do exercise, literally you are traumatizing your body. You are damaging the muscle, you are damaging the joint, you are damaging the bone. Okay. So when you have like hardcore high intensity training and then too much of repetition or like too much of set in a single bout of exercise, body will be in an inflammatory state, or body will be in a damaged state than the training age or like training state. So you are doing bad than doing good to your client. Okay. And next comes the load. Load is nothing but how much weight the individual lifts, and also the how you are manipulating the intensity within a given training program. There are two methods of manipulating the intensities here. The first one is the linear progression, the other one is the wave loading. So when I say linear progression, for example, you have fixed some exercise. For example, we just take the squats as a training exercise. You have fixed training, a squat program for individual for the lower body, and you fix squat as like 12 reps of 4 sets. Okay. And you are progressively increasing the intensity for the program. You initially you fixed 10 kg or 20 kg. For example, you just fixed a 25 kg for the individual. So initial week you are giving 25 kg, and second week you are giving 30 kg, and third week you are giving 40, and fourth week you are giving 50 kg. And this is a example for linear progression. So this happens between the week. Okay. And same thing can happen within the exercise program, within the session itself. As I have told you, if you are taking a training program for about squats, and you, for example, fix between like 12 reps for 4 sets, okay, for about four set of exercise, and they'll be taking up intensity in a linear progression. For example, you say like first set they are taking 20 kg, second set they are taking 25 kg, third set they are taking 30, and then fourth set they are taking 35. Again, this is a classic example for linear progression. Whereas we have some problem in the linear progression of load distribution. So researcher says that it may end up in risk of injury, and also it increases the volume of exercises. Okay, so volume is nothing but when you combine both the repetition into set is the volume. For example, 12 into 3 and 12 sets of the 12 repetition into 3 sets, you can say like it's around 36, which means 36 times he's doing exercise, and that is the volume of the exercise. So the problem in linear progression is it has more volume of exercise, and it increases the risk of injury for the individual. And alternative for linear progression is the wave loading, and wave loading is nothing but there is ups and downs in the what you say like the intensity, the amount of weight the individual push or pull for your any kind of training. For example, again, we take the example for the squats or any kind of functional training you're giving. So if you say like 12 reps and then 4 sets, for the first set, they are taking 25 kg, or for second set, they are taking 15 kg. Again, third set, they are giving 20 kg, and fourth set, they are giving maybe like 10 kgs. Okay, something. There will be ups and downs within the set of the program, and also from between the weeks. Okay, and first week they go for the high intensity training, and second week they go for the moderate. Don't go for what you say like low intensity, because the low intensity we most of the time end up in endurance training. So the endurance training we do the repetition more than 12. So at the final note, when you compare the linear progression and then wave loading, the linear progression stays way back, or like has more disadvantage than the advantage. So have in your mind, like when you prescribe your program, or when you write a program for an individual, make sure you are just fixing your range, the repetition range within the goal. For example, I repeat again, when you go for endurance training, make sure the repetition is more than 12. When you go for hardcore strength, repetition should be less than 8 or 6. When you go for strength endurance, a combination of both strength and endurance, it should be between 8 to 12. Whereas there is no actual range in case of set. For thumb rule for set is for a beginner, and when you introduce a new exercise to the individual, limit with 1 to 2 set, and before put someone into first set or second set to the third set or more than 3 sets, at least you do the training for 6 to 8 weeks. Wait for 6 to 8 weeks before you put someone a progress into the three set of exercise program. And for the set, maximum you can go for 6 sets. Only for hardcore bodybuilders or like strength training, people only go for 6 set of any given exercise. Ideally, we just stop with 3 to 4 or maximum 5 set of exercises, more than enough. And when it comes to the load, this is what I have been talking now. Two ways of fixing or manipulating the intensity within the set or between the set of given exercise. One is a linear progression, other one is a wave loading, and wave loading seems more advantageous than the linear progression. That is what we traditionally do. And excuse me. And next comes your tempo or speed of the movement. Okay, and the tempo or speed of the movement here is and what is the speed of the exercise we do. Okay, how much speed we adapt, because the tempo plays a major role in recruiting, or like what you say like firing the type of muscle fiber during the training. For example, as we all know, we have 3 types of muscle fibers in the skeletal muscle, and generically we have 2 types, slow twitch and then fast twitch, and we call type 1 as slow twitch fiber and type 2 as fast twitch fiber. Again, in fast twitch fiber, we have 2 categories, type 2A and then type 2B, which is fast twitch glycolytic and then fast twitch oxidative. Type 2A is fast twitch oxidative, and then type 2B is fast twitch glycolytic. Okay, again, you must be able to map it up now. So initially I said what you say like When you go for pure strength training, what is the fiber you are recruiting there? You are going to recruit or you are going to fire the type 2B fiber. So what should be the repetition? It should be less than 6. So when you go for a 8 to 12 range, you will be training for strength endurance, and the fiber you are recruiting or firing is type 2A fiber. So when you keep the repetition more than 12, the fiber you are recruiting or firing is type 1 fiber, which is the endurance fiber. So which means it depends on the individual or the type of athlete you are training. And other thing is it depends on the goal. Okay. So, and all of us having a mixture of all the 3 fibers in your body. It's not like marathons or like born like they are not born marathons, and weightlifters, they are not born weightlifters. They have trained in such a way to be a such athlete or a such sports person. And if you see a marathon runner, they'll be looking very lean. And whereas if you see a power lifter, they will be looking hefty or bulky. They have the big muscles on their body. The reason is the type of fiber they have been recruiting or firing. So how you are going to fix these fibers recruitment by means of manipulating the exercise parameters again. And if you see a marathon runner, they will be doing a muscular endurance training. Okay. And if you see the power lifter, they'll be doing a hardcore weight training. So how they are going to target the muscle fiber by means of manipulating the repetition set and then tempo, which I'm going to talk now. Okay. And having said that, and as I have told you, as I have pointed you guys before, we all having a mixture of all the 3 fiber types in your body. For example, if you take a biopsy or a cross section of your quadriceps, you'll be having type 1 fiber, you'll be having type 2A and then type 2B. So when you put me into a hardcore strength training, initially my body will be trained in such a way I will start or fire or recruit the available fast twitch fibers in my body initially. So as I keep on doing the training for years and years of hardcore weight training or strength training, the available type 1 fiber also will start to behave like a type 2 fiber, and structurally the possibilities of changing the muscle fiber type from 1 to type 2A and B is evidence. And like recent studies have stated that there is a possibility of change in muscle fiber type, though it's not 100% certain, but still there will be a structural changes or adaptation, which means the fiber type can be changed by means of training. That can happen vice versa. So when you put me into a hardcore endurance training, initially my body will adapt in such a way where I used to recruit the available slow twitch fibers initially. Once I go for consistently having doing a endurance training, my available type 2 fibers will start to behave and then and become like a slow twitch fibers. Okay, and that is how body adapts. Your body adapts according to the demand you create or according to the stimulus you give by means of exercise. Okay, now we come to the tempo or the speed of exercise. When I say tempo or the speed, and when you say some exercise is at high tempo or high speed, or like when you say some exercises less tempo or like slow speed, what you can say like that. So depends on the time duration, not the time duration, the sense the amount of time you are doing some kind of exercise. For example, again we take the squats as an example for exercise. So you all know the squats, a generic one, a common exercise we do to increase the strength or power or endurance for the lower body. So when you do a squat for about 3 seconds, so how do you do the squat? You just go down and then get up. That is what you do. And it has 2 phases. So you just go down, muscle go for eccentric type of contraction, muscle lengthens, your quadriceps lengthens when you go down. And the muscle go for shortening, we call it as concentric action when you push your body up. Okay. And because of the forceful contraction of your glutes and then quadriceps and then your calf muscle, you are able to push your body up against the gravity. Okay. And when you say the squat, the exercise is slow speed or like medium speed or high speed, depends on the speed of the movement. When you squat down in less than 3 seconds, it becomes the high speed or high tempo exercise. So when you're doing a movement in a controlled manner or in the slow in a slower speed, when you're taking more than 3 seconds even to squat down or getting up from the squat position, is the slow speed. And why the tempo parameter is important, and I think most of us, not most of the participants may not be having an idea on tempo as an exercise parameter, but still the tempo or the speed of the movement plays a crucial role in exercise program design. And why? Because when you fix a slow speed, it's going to recruit the type 1 fiber. When you fix a high speed exercise, or with the exercise less than 3 seconds of one single repetition, the chances of recruiting the fast twitch fibers is more. So that is why fixing the tempo of exercise plays a major role. Okay, but traditionally we do around 3 seconds. Okay, but by manipulating it in a proper manner, so you have the greater advantage of focusing, or like you are narrowing down only to the muscle fibers you want to recruit. You don't need to waste the time of yourself and even your client or the athlete just by doing a program without following the science behind the exercise program design. And final one for the exercise prescription is the rest interval. So I would say the rest interval is the most crucial part in exercise program design. So before I explain again the rest interval, I just want to get you guys have a small recap of the reps, and you all know what is in the reps, and you should know what is in the set, and you know what is mean by load, how to manipulate, and also the tempo or the speed. Okay, now we come down to the rest period, and if you say like again 12 reps and then 3 sets or 4 sets, and you have the break between the sets, so 12 12 12 or 12 12 12 12, it can be done even till 6 sets. Okay, 12 12 12 12 and then 12 12. Okay, so between every 12 repetition we have a rest interval. Okay, and why this rest interval plays a major role, again this is what is going to decide whether your training is anaerobic or aerobic, literally. Okay, you might have fixed the proper repetition. Okay, if you want to increase the strength, let's say I want to increase the strength endurance, I fix my repetition at 12 and I fix my set at 3 or 4. So I fix 12 into 4 as my exercise program design for repetition and then set. That's fine, that's good now. And you fix high tempo for your exercise because you want to increase the strength more than the endurance, so you fix for high tempo, it's fine. And what happens if you are not manipulating the rest interval between the set, though you design a program for anaerobic method or anaerobic sport for an anaerobic athlete, just by mismanipulating a small factor at the rest interval, and you might think your body or train your body to be a aerobic type of training, which means, for example, for higher intensity, definitely you need to have a higher rest interval. In the first line here I have mentioned, and usually for the strength training, the rest interval usually we might take between 3 to 5 minutes maximum, or like 2 to 5 minutes ideally. And most of the time what happens usually in your fitness clubs or gyms, or maybe in your sports conditioning or strength and conditioning facility, people might do a just push hardcore, just do the squats or a bench press or a lat pull down, whatever it is. They just do the high intensity training. They might held up with the phone or talking with their friend or talking with their neighbor partner or whatever it is. So they just spend the time to talking, or like simply watching their mobile sometimes and all. They just spend more than 5 minutes, and just again after 10 or 15 minutes they just come back and then do the same high intensity training. But the problem here is your body will pursue this as a aerobic training, so your body will adapt according to the aerobic training method, not as an anaerobic training. Okay, so which means the primary factor here you have to look for here is, you don't need to have a stopwatch with you and then just look for the how many seconds or how many minutes the individual is taking up the rest between the training. Okay, you always, there is something called the mental readiness. So if I'm doing a training If I do a bench press, I will go to the next set when I feel ready to do the set. Okay, ideally. Okay, because most of the time the athlete or the people who into the exercise, they know how to communicate with their body. So they look for the body response, or like they look for the mental readiness before getting into the program. So being a coach or an exercise professional, you should educate them in that way. And one more thing, ideally you can select, there is a range, right? As the intensity goes higher, you can maximum allow them to take the 5 minutes of rest. And there is other categories or other type of people, they just take the very shorter rest interval. For example, they'll be doing a high intensity training, they don't wait for their body to recover back from the first set, and immediately after that just wanted to push it for higher to the next set. So what happens here, you are not allowing your body to replenish the energy what they have lost. And technically speaking, when you go for what you say like anaerobic training, ideally you are using a glucose in the muscle. We call it as glycogen. So glycogen is the energy substrate for the anaerobic pathway or energy pathway, technically speaking. So when you have utilized or burned the muscle glycogen, you have to allow the muscle to take the glucose back into it in the form of glycogen. So when you are not allowing the muscle to take the or what you say like replenish or replace the burned out glycogen from the muscle, again you are just pushing hard again. The problem here is this will end up in your overtraining, and this will end up in a release of more of stress hormones in your bloodstream, like which I have mentioned here, especially the glucocorticoids or corticosteroids or cortisols. And these are the like what you say like inflammatory hormones which inflames your body. This is what causes your pain or fatigue or tiredness or like DOMS. We call the soreness even after the exercise. Okay, to some extent it's good, but still when you're not allowing enough rest interval between a set of exercise, the chances of releasing the bad hormones in your bloodstream or into your system is high. Okay, and the third point what I have made is too much of rest interval. That is what I have told you in the beginning. So you tend to lose your body temperature, and you lose your nervous system coordination there, and the chances of injury is literally high when you have too much of rest interval between the exercise. So, okay, and this is the final parameter we have to manipulate. And for endurance training, you can have less than a minute even. For example, when the repetition is more than 12. So when the repetition goes more than 12, it's purely endurance training. It's no more strength training or strength endurance training. It's purely endurance training. So when you go for more than 12 reps, ultimately or obviously you will be taking up the lower intensity, which means you'll be pushing or pulling a low intensity weights. So of course, logically, you need a lesser rest interval because you are not lifting heavy weights there. So it can be less than a minute. It can be right from 30 seconds to 60 or maximum of 90 seconds. Okay. So when you go for strength training, make sure as the intensity goes higher, your rest interval should go up. So when I say like 3 to 5 minutes or 2 to 5 minutes, and 5 minutes is the maximum time can be allowed between the set for any given strength training. So when you allow more than 5 minutes, most of the time your body pick that exercise as a aerobic training. So you will not be getting, or your athlete or your trainer, your client will not be getting the actual result out of your program. So having said that, right from the reps, sets, volume, load, and then intensity, and then the tempo, and then the rest interval, each and every parameter has to be what you say like carefully designed or carefully picked up according to the goal of individual, according to the training age, according to their previous injury history, or according to the movement pattern you adapt. A lot of factors involved anyway, but because of the time constraint, I'm just giving you the outline how to fix this, and make sure you are not going out of this guideline when you fix a program. So that is why initially I said there is a famous saying like exercise is your drug of choice, which means you have to treat exercise like a drug. So it should not be under dosage exercise. It should not be the overdosage exercise. It has to be in your optimal dose for an individual to get the good results. Okay. And coming to the our conference theme or like workshop theme about the functional exercises. Okay, so before I was talking about a generic exercise program designed for weight training, and for even it can be adapted for any given functional exercise. Okay, and when you talk about the functional exercise, and as I have told you, and previously we were saying about these 7 movement patterns. These 7 movement patterns has to be in your functional training program, which means most, not most, all of our functional training program will be based on these 7 pattern of movement. It will not go. There is no way out to go out of these parameters. Okay, and other functional attributes. So when you design your functional exercise, and these are the things you have to have in your mind, like these are the 7 characteristics has to be incorporated in your any given functional exercise. Let's say you fix you are what you say, like design a program for a adolescent girl or adolescent boy or an adult man or woman, or a woman after pregnancy, or maybe a 50-year-old man, woman after surgery, after cardiac surgery, heart surgery, whatever it is. So it can be anyone. So irrespective of any age group of people or a gender, these are the characteristics of your functional exercise program. The first one is your reflex profile. The reflex profile is nothing but your training must be able to elicit the natural pattern of their movement in your daily life, or maybe their sporting activity or recreational sporting activity. And your exercise should be in a control of COG and BOS, which means your center of gravity over base of support. Okay, and later I'm going to explain one after one. And other thing is your motor program compatibility. Again, the movement skill has to be it's not like all the 7 movement pattern has to be given to the single individual. Some people will be like predominantly doing a squat as their nature of movement. Some people tend to like how to bend their body due to their work or due to their level of kind of activity. Some people tend to twist. For example, a classic example you can say like a cashier in your supermarket. So when you go and buy your groceries or like something in the supermarket, and what is the movement they do in their cash counter? And they just twist their body, just like showing their items into the barcode reader or something, and just packing up the things, and then they just do either twist their body from neutral to the left or to the right. They have to stand and then twist their body. And what is the functional movement training you supposed to give to those individuals is the twist pattern of movement. Okay, and another example what I can give you is, if you have your old woman or a man who spend most of his time with their grandchildren, where he has to maybe sit on the chair and then get up, okay, and slightly may have to bend down to take their toys, or to lift their grandchildren, or take up a ball and then play with their children. So most of the movement pattern what he need to do is the bend pattern. So likewise, you have to pick the a dominant movement pattern out of your client. For that, you have to talk to them, or like you have to analyze the movement pattern, what they have been doing, and what are the movement pattern they will be doing, they have to do. Okay, so your program should be a simulation of those movements. Again, don't get wrong that all the 7 patterns has to be incorporated to the one whole individual as a bunch. Don't do that. And many people may not bend and for their level of activity, and many people may not lunge. Lunge most of the time in our regular, apparently normal, a sedentary individual, we never lunge in our kind of regular activity. Someone into the sports, or even occasional or like recreational athlete, or some sports people, they have to do the lunge as part of the sporting activity, whereas apparently normal individual never ever does the lunge pattern. So no point in incorporating the lunge movement pattern in the functional exercise, because it's not going to translate the advantage. So here in their gym or in your facility, if they are doing a lunge as an exercise, Of course, it increases the flexibility or the strength or the endurance. But when you're talking about the functional training, this movement pattern doesn't serve the purpose. So I'm not saying never ever give the lunge pattern. You can give them, but don't give too much importance on the movement pattern where they, where it cannot translate the movement pattern into reality, into the regular day-to-day activities. Again, the open and then closed chain compatibility is here. We'll be talking about open and then closed chain movement patterns. And of course, I'm going to elaborate one after one in the further slides. And also you have to pick the relevant biomotor abilities. And finally, you have to progress from isolation to integration. So when I say isolation to integration, though you are starting or you are designing a program for functional training, if you are introducing someone into the functional training in the very beginning, don't go for complex movement in the very beginning. Go for breaking down of that complex movement into a small fragments and then integrate into a complex movement as a progression of the exercise. Okay, and these are the characteristics of your functional exercises, and you can design the program according to this, or like you can sit with your client and then talk to them, and then what are the movements they do. You just go for analyzation of the movement patterns and make sure you are having all these characteristics in the program, and make sure the exercise parameters which I have told you, then your program is ready, is always set to go to be given to their clients. Let's go to the reflex profile. Whereas here it's all about your for example, your functional training should have a balance component in it. For example, if you are traveling in a train or a metro or in a bus or something like that, if you are not you are just standing there in the metro train or like metro rail without holding any object, okay, and imagine the train is not started off, you are just simply standing. What happens as soon as the train kicks off, you will be having a small jerk or like a small swaying of your body if you are not holding any object. So this is how body reacts to the unstable platform. So you are not going to fall off, you are not going to trip unless until you have any balance disorder. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here in the reflex profile is your functional training should tap the reflex profile of the individual, which means always try to incorporate a unstable platform in the functional training. Okay, unstable platform is you can make use of your Swiss ball, you can make use of your Bosu ball, you can make use of your wobble board or your core board or a stability trainer or a medicine ball, whatever it is. Okay, so try to make use of these unstable platforms in order to what you say like train their balance component of the individual. Okay, because all your functional activities have the balance and then coordination as a inevitable attribute. Okay, and make sure what I have mentioned here is the COG over BO as the center of gravity over base of support. Make sure all the exercise having a stability in your program. Stability in the sense, don't prescribe a functional training where it challenges the individual out of their ability. Okay, so a lot of other hardcore functional training, very tough exercises out there. So again, what I'm insisting is you have to pick the exercise where the individual feels stable in that particular continuum. Okay, and later I'll be showing you the images of the exercises of my client who I'm introduced or like who have been doing a functional training with me. So in that case, I just explain you with the pictures of it. And the third point is your motor program compatibility. Here, that's what I have been saying right in the beginning. When I say about the movement pattern, try to pick the movement pattern which is commonly being used by your client or your athlete. Okay, so though we have 7 movement patterns, It's not like, I'm repeat again because this is quite important. When I say functional training, people think that all the 7 movement has to be incorporated to the all the individual. Not like that. That should be a priority. That should be a what you say, like importance can be or should be given and more to the commonly used movement pattern. For example, if you have been training a sprinter or a runner, definitely the movement pattern what you have been doing is what he has to do is the gait. Okay, so again, it's not like all the 6 movement pattern exercise should not be given to the runner or a sprinter, should be given, but most important has to be given to the gait movement pattern. And maybe for the squats, lunges, bend, twist, whatever it is. So you must be in a, or you are in a position to go for a movement analysis. You just think and then write down the movement pattern the individual need or does in their regular activity. And again, even for the sport, certain sport demands a different movement patterns. And within a sport, if there is a team sport, the movement pattern will vary, depends on the position of the athlete or the sports person within the game. So you have to design the program accordingly. So which means it has to be tailored according to the individual need, not on the generic manner. Again, when you say about open and then closed kinematic chain exercise, always usually go for the closed kinematic chain exercise, closed kinematic chain exercise over the open kinematic chain exercise. Most of the time for the apparently normal, but having said that, again, whether you fix OKC, which means open kinematic chain or closed kinematic chain, again, it should be a simulation of the exercise or simulation of the activity. For example, if your client wanted to go for a trekking, and they just came down to you for the to increase their ability to track well, and there you have to strengthen the posterior group of muscle, of course. And when you pick the exercise, for example, in the beginning I have given you the 2 exercises, your lat pull down and then chin ups, whereas lat pull down is the open kinematic chain kind of exercise and chin ups is the closed kinematic chain kind of exercise. Okay. And so how to fix whether it should be a lat pull down or chin ups, because both the exercises are going to increase the strength of your back muscle. So but which exercise to pick? And for example, if they are if you're training them to do a trekking, for example, I would say chin ups will be the ideal exercise than the lat pull down, because the chin ups, your upper body, your hand is fixed and your the rest of your body is being moved up by keeping the upper extremity or your hand at the fixed component. Whereas in lat pull down, your body is fixed, the rest of your body is fixed, only your upper extremity is moving. Whereas how your body moves in case of trekking is that your hand is going to be fixed through the clue or the cue or like some stick what they're using, and rest of the body has to move up. So having said that, you have to do a small movement analysis or like simulation of the exercise. Don't pick the exercise which has opposite movement pattern. So though it is the same movement pattern, here again you have to narrow down the actual simulation of the movement pattern, what they are trying to display or trying to do in their sporting activity or in their day-to-day activities. And here is the relevant biomotor abilities. And the biomotor abilities, when you say, and these parameters will comes under the skill-related fitness most of the time, like agility, on balance, coordination, strength, endurance, flexibility, power, whatever it is. Okay. So make sure your functional training should have these parameters incorporated into it. Okay. So agility means you all know, you must know what is the agility is the ability to change the direction of your body during the movement. Okay. And the classic example you might like a basketball player or a football player where they just run and then suddenly they have to take a left turn or a U-turn or a right turn, just diagonal, backward, whatever it is. And this ability is the agility. Or the balance and coordination goes hand in hand, where the movement has to be smooth and then coordinated manner. And strength, endurance, flexibility, power is the basic one you all know. Okay. So which means and you have to pick these biometry abilities out of their need. Okay, and you have to pick whether the agility component has to be incorporated, and you have to make sure like whether balance and coordination has to be incorporated, addressed more, or strength or endurance power. What are the component they need more, and that ability or that factor has to be incorporated in your training methods. And this thing I have told you, like isolation to the integration is nothing but initially you can start off doing with the breaking down of a complex exercise. For example, before putting someone into a deadlift, because deadlift is a complex movement. In that case, before putting someone into a deadlift, let them do the squat, let them do the calf raise, let them do the leg extension or a leg curl, and then the butt kick kind of exercises, because these are the isolation exercises. You are training the quadriceps alone, hamstring alone, calf alone, and then you are doing squats, and then put them into the deadlift kind of exercises, or a clean and jerk kind of exercises, or like what you say, like power clean. These are the powerful activities where the movement pattern is highly complicated, and this is a highly skill involved exercise. So never ever go for these complex movement without training the basic movement patterns. So that will end up in a poor movement pattern of given any exercise. And even one interesting fact which I want to share with you all is whenever you do a exercise, whenever you do new movement pattern, your brain, what you say, like learns a new movement pattern. It's like learning a new motor skill. And just like you are learning initially, how do you find to learn to ride a bicycle, to ride a car, or maybe any kind of new a motorbike or a motorcycle, whatever it is. So initially you will be more conscious on your posture, and then maintaining your body alignment, even just for your riding a bicycle, even when you're learning to drive your car. So you'll be more conscious on where is the clutch or a brake or accelerator, and then the gear, and then your what you say, like other signals you have to give during or like when you're driving a car. And these will be like, you will be more conscious in the very beginning. But once you master the skill, this are all like goes from conscious mind to the subconscious mind. That is it. Okay, same thing happens when you do your functional training or any kind of exercise. So why the technique of exercise plays a major role is quite important is when you learn the exercise in a poor manner, when you teach someone with the wrong pattern of exercise, again their brain or like body records a wrong pattern of movement. When you want to break the wrong pattern of movement and then introduce a right pattern of movement, it takes 25,000 times to erase the old movement pattern what they have learned in the past. Okay, did you get that point? For example, even for a simple squat, if you see many people who have been doing a squat, if you observe them, you might find a lot of flaws or like the technique going wrong in simple squats or a deadlift or a power clean, whatever it is. So straight away you cannot make them to do the right technique. So literally it takes 25,000 times to erase the old movement pattern from their brain. So which means it takes years and years of time to go for the proper technique once you learn the wrong technique in the beginning. So that is why introducing a new exercise plays the crucial role. And when you're introducing a complex movement, make sure you are eliciting a proper technique or a proper form of exercise, because once you incorporate a improper form or a poor technique, it's very hard to literally, there is no way possible out of this movement pattern. So once they master the wrong movement pattern, of course, this is the movement pattern they are going to elicit in their sporting performance, and their performance is going to be affected. Okay, so and this is the thing I just wanted to incorporate. So in the nutshell, initially I talked about the exercise program design, where I have talked about the reps, sets, volume, intensity, the load, and then the tempo or the speed and the rest interval. That is the basic one. And now I just talked about the characteristics of the functional exercises, and these are the characteristics which I have said has to be should be a part and parcel of your any given functional exercise. As a third segment of my what you say like presentation, I just go through the some of the exercises which we have been doing with our clients or maybe athletes. Okay, and these are the common Swiss ball exercises people will do. I just run through it, and these are the squats. But for example, if you are picking a squat as a movement pattern for your client, and here you say like these are the squat exercises you can give as a part of functional training to your client. A wall squat or a breathing squat. Breathing squat is nothing but when you go down, you just have to sorry, just inhale and then lower into the squat. Okay, and then you exhale to the starting position, because the breathing squat is not only a functional training, it's also a kind of mind and body exercise. And then the overhead squat with a dumbbell or a barbell which is being held above your head, and a single arm overhead squat can be given as alternative to the overhead squat. And these are the common squat patterns can be given to the individual. And the bend pattern, you can say like just static bend. You just stand at your shoulder width distance, the knee should be bent. You just bend, and then with your back neutral, it is the back should be neutral and then get up. That's fine. And also the knee bend, kneeling and then bending. And this is a good one for people with back pain or coming out of a back surgery or a back ailments. And a deadlift, as I have told you, is a complex movement. It's not for beginner, only for advanced. And the deadlift row, it's a combination of rowing along with the deadlift. Okay. And again, a single leg deadlift row. And here you are incorporating the balance and then coordination. And a single leg deadlift, where a previous one is just a regular deadlift with the rowing. And here is the deadlift with the single leg, and also your rowing. It's a combination of exercises. And again is the lunge pattern of exercise with a regular static lunge, and then your walking lunge, and then your multi-directional lunge. You can say like a lateral lunge or like diagonal, all the 6 directions you're supposed to do. And here are the pull exercises or pull patterns, and you can make use of your cable cross machine. There are a lot of pull pattern of exercises for anterior chain muscles, posterior chain muscles can be given, and with Bosu ball on it, with a single leg. That's what I told you, like you can make use of these unstable platforms like Swiss ball or a Bosu ball or a stability train or a oval board, whatever it is, whatever the thing is available to you, or like whatever feel you comfortable to your clients. Okay. And the twist pattern of exercises, like just your wood shop exercises, this is the beautiful exercise, has to be incorporated in any kind of functional training. But again, it is a complex movement pattern. It has to be introduced with the most precaution to your clients. Okay. And the push pattern of exercises, like again, make use of your cable cross machine for train both anterior and then posterior chain of muscles. Here I have mentioned like seated cable push. Either it can be done seated on a Swiss ball or even on a stable regular bench. And standing single arm cable push, and a single leg with the cable push, and same thing can be done with the standing on your Bosu ball, because it will be more challenging for them. And these are the other push exercises. Okay, and these are things I have told you guys. So like functional training is moreover is a movement training. It's not merely increasing the strength, power, or endurance of your muscle. Functional training, it incorporates the muscle strength, endurance, or power, flexibility along with the movement pattern. Okay, and this is the what you say like speciality, or the why functional training always stand out of the regular exercise. In regular exercise, we train the muscle. We never ever care about the movement. Whereas in functional training, we care about the movement, not about just the what you say like muscle strength, power, or endurance, or something like that. Okay. And with this, I just finish up my presentation. So I can ask the organizers to open the discussion for any queries or questions.
Sir Johason.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much
Thank
to our
you. Thank
speaker
you, sir.
for this afternoon, Dr. Mutuku Moran Jyotilingam. And may I call on Sir Mark to present this time the certificate of appreciation. Sir Mark, please. Sir Mark.
Dr. Mark.
Sir Johason, can you, I'll be the one to,
Yes, thank you so much for
okay.
that, Sir
Okay, thank you, sir.
Johason.
Yes.
And thank you so much, Dr.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. You're audible, sir.
Okay, so,
Sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you for having me here.
so much. May I now read the certificate? Okay. International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India and International Federation for Fitness, Health, Education, and Iron Games, present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Muthuku Moran Jyotilingam for imparting his valuable insight and expertise as resource speaker during the global workshop on functional fitness with the theme Fitness Moving the World, organized by International Association of Physical Education and Sports in collaboration with Physical Education Foundation of India and International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education, and Iron Games, given this 10th day of April 2021 via Zoom platform. Signed, Dr. Piyush Jain, the National Secretary of PFI, Dr. Kokab Azim, the President of IFFHPEIG, and the President of IAPS, Associate Professor Dr. Jiwelson M. Santos. Sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I just want to thank the whole team for organizing such a wonderful online workshop on functional fitness. Again, I just take this opportunity to thank, though it takes some time, but I need to thank the people who are into it. I just thank Dr. Santos from International Association of Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, and also Dr. Piyush Jain from Physical Foundation of India and International Federation for Fitness, Health, Physical Education, Iron Games, Dr. Kokob Azim, and all the other resource persons who have shared very good information, and it was very informative for me as well. And I just want to thank the whole team again for having me here, and all the best to all the other participants and for the organizers, and congratulations to all. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So, moving on, this will be our last speaker for this afternoon. I would like to introduce our fifth speaker presenter this afternoon, a certified occupational therapy assistant specializing in sensory integration theory, fitness coach, and physical education teacher, and run sensory fitness. Let's all welcome Mr. Matt Slowan. Sir? Sir Matt? Okay. I think there's a technical problem. Hello, sir. Sir Matt Slowan, please.
Sir Jason, for a while. Um,
Thank you.
Sir
Hello,
Matt,
Sir Matt.
one is he sent his recorded session. We will be playing it for today, for a while.
Okay. Noted, sir.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Matt from Sensory Fitness. It is an honor to be here for the International Association on PE and Sports Incorporated with International Federation for Fitness, Health, and PE and Iron Games and PE Foundation of India to here to present for this workshop, a global workshop on functional fitness. I had to use my cue card. But thank you all for allowing me to be here and talk to everybody. And yeah, I'm here to do my workshop on functional fitness when working with kids. The majority of my kids, the majority of my clients that I see are kids with sensory difficulties. Most of the kids with struggle with autism or sensory processing disorder or ADHD, some kind of neurodiversity. Not all of them, but a majority of them, as well as adults as well. But this stuff that I'm going to go over it's really helpful for that population of people, but it's also very helpful for kids in general because kids are developing and we're working on motor skills and we're talking about functional fitness. A lot of the stuff I'm talking about is kind of the very, very foundational stuff. So hopefully you can use it, and let's get started. So this is kind of and this says kids fitness, but this is for everybody. Any one of your clients can use this stuff, but using a sensory integration lens, and we'll talk about what that means. Okay, so me personally, I am an occupational therapy assistant, a CODA. I specialize in sensory integration. It's a type of therapy, and that's where I pull a lot of my stuff. Also, I'm a personal trainer, and I specialize in functional movement. I've also been an adaptive PE teacher and coach, and I've coached a lot of many sports. And I've been working with kids for over 25 years. I was a teacher for 13 years, a special ed teacher, and working with kids in a lot of different capacities, but most of it has been movement and teaching. So anyway, that's my background. Okay, so I pull a lot of what I do from sensory integration therapy and fitness, and I put it together, and I have sensory fitness. So that's where I'm coming from. That's what sensory fitness is. I'll talk about even more about that. So this is for anybody working with kids in an active setting, and especially if they have special needs, because a lot of the special needs, that's a pretty broad umbrella, but a lot of this stuff, people with special needs share some physical undeveloped motor skills and unique biomechanics, that kind of stuff. So a goal is for all kids to improve health and strength, coordination, athleticism, motor skills, all the benefits of physical activity, right? But we can also, so kids don't have to have diagnosis. We're all a spectrum. Some of us are really good at sports and activities, other of us not. And sometimes kids struggle with coordination or sports. They have low endurance, low tone, muscle tone, even struggle with behavior. And sometimes there's dysfunctions, there's motor dysfunctions, movement disorders, there's issues. So again, this stuff can help with some of that. Movement's always good. Anytime you do an activity with a kiddo, movement, it's always going to benefit the kid, but you can be very intentional about the activities that you do with your kiddos or your clients even. And yeah, this will be some of them. Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead that part. So this is my model. So I kind of focus on three things, these three pillars. One is postural stability. Excuse me. One is postural stability. Coordination is the other one, and motor planning. And that kind of makes up this little pyramid here. That's the base of it. If we work on these three things, then that can help motor skills. All right, and then which helps us increase our function in daily life. At the very bottom is play and motivation. If I can teach a kid, if I can get a kid to do an exercise, that's going to benefit that kid, right? It's going to make them stronger. I'm teaching them kind of a skill. But it doesn't mean that that exercise can bleed into other things in life. That's where the word function comes in, right? When I learn through play, when I do things that I'm motivated by, through like games, activities, things that I like, then whatever it is that I learn can help me in more parts of the world and in other sports and other activities. I can continue to do well, right? Sorry. So number one, let's look at postural security. So here's what I'm gonna focus on in posture. So when I think posture is important because it helps me sustain positions for an extended period of time. Whatever that position is, if it's sitting, if it's being on my side swimming, if it's on a surfboard or a skateboard or whatever on my stomach, whatever this posture may be that I have to hold, that I need to be able to hold that posture, and that's pretty important. And I've broken it down into these 5 things: engaging my core, joint stability, trunk control, neck control, and even eye control. Okay. So let's look at postural security. The first one is core engagement. So let's look at how to engage my core. The first way to do that is, and you're all fitness professionals, you understand core and core strengthening. You know 1,000 ways to strengthen your core. These are ways that I like to use them through play and ways that kids like to use them. But if you know a better way, awesome, use that. We're just strengthening core. So that all the muscles that run along our spine and our pelvic floor and our abdominals, that kind of area is our core, right? So number one is getting kids in that prone extension on my stomach with my back extended out. That's a great way to work on core, okay? So here's one way to do it. I like Bosu Elites. That's these domes here. You don't have to use them. But here we're just doing Superman, right? And we're just working on that extension. You can tell that this guy here is having a little trouble with that. And you'll see him throughout these videos, this guy here quite a bit, and watch his improvement. It's kind of neat. But that's one way to do it, is working on my extension. So he can't do it very well at all, and this guy is almost too much. So that's 2 things to look at. There's one that inability to hold myself up, or I'm holding myself way too much, where I have an arc and his knees are bent. That's an indicator that that's something I want to work on. You want to be almost parallel to the ground, hold that plank position.
Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Sorry, that's me wiggle. So these kids are just wiggle, 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 wiggle on the dome, trying to get them on their stomach, playing some kind of. I think we're doing some octopus game. I'm not sure, but that's all we're doing. Right? Find different ways to get them on their stomach, and you use those extension muscles. Again, say here's the guy from before. Now we're doing an exercise. He was motivated by exercise, so it's great. We're going to do that. And I'll hold that position. You can tell his knees are kind of bent. I want them to be out. So, great. Prone extension. A lot of different ways you can work on that. I like scooter boards. Scooter boards are awesome for this. You can tell how much trouble he's having here. He can hardly hold it. But I'm really working on holding my posture up and out. Posture is very important. So scooter boards are cool. Another way, if you having, I'm going to start that one over. I'm going to come back to that one. I don't know why. Let me do that one again. Scooter boards are really cool for a lot of reasons. If you have no, it's not working. Anyway, well here he has I have 2 anchors and a bungee cord, and he's pulling himself, and it's a lot of fun. There you go. Push pull, push pull. He's going back and forth. It's a really fun way. If you can set something up like this, this is a great way to work on my extensors, right? And you can see how he has good posture here. This video is a little funky. So, okay. Another way, just throwing targets up at balls up into a basket. Extending. Great. So working on that posture. So that's prone extension. The opposite would be supine flexion. So I'm looking for this position, that fetal position, where I'm on my back and I've got my knees up and holding that position as long as I can in different ways. So here, these kids are on the suitors. I'm more looking at these 2 guys here. Oh, he fell on his face. Don't have him fall on their face. So see how I'm working on that flexion, and he's got his knees scooting, and this guy is also doing it here by sitting on his bottom. So I still am working on that flexion. Okay, these 2 guys couldn't do it, so I had them do the opposite. But I'm looking. He keeps falling on his face. Watch this. Don't do that. So just 2 different ways to work on flexion. You can also ask them to do egg positions where they have to hold that position. That's a great idea. Another way is traction. So how when kids hang and they got to swim.
What happened, sir?
Hello, Dr. Kishore. We have a problem on the video file that was been sent by Sir Matt. So I would tend to suggest to continue the program.
Yes, Doc Jewel. Are we going to proceed now, Doc, to the question and answer?
I think it is better to conclude. Upon checking the Facebook, the YouTube live, most of the participants are congratulating and saying good impressions, such as very informative, insightful, and enlightening sessions. We have learned a lot from the session. Thank you for the organizers and the speakers. But as I see some of those messages, I think we don't have any questions as of now. They're just requesting if they could have a copy of the presentations from our eminent speakers. So with this, let's continue our program.
Okay, thank you, Doc Jewel. And to everyone, Yes, let's continue our program. May we have now Dr. Kishore Mokhopadhyay, an associate professor in physical education, Union Christian Training College, Berhampur, for a concluding speech. Sir, Dr. Kishore.
Hello, may I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Dr. Kishore.
So good afternoon, everybody. Today we have organized global workshop on functional fitness, organized by International Association of Physical Education and Sports in collaboration with International Federation of Fitness, Health, Physical Education, Iron Games, and Physical Education Foundation of India. So today we have started our journey with the inaugural address by Dr. Kaukab Azim, President, International Federation of Fitness, Health, Physical Education, and Iron Games. And after that, welcome address by Joelson M. Santos, Dr. Joelson M. Santos, President, International Association of Physical Education and Sports. And in our technical session, we have Professor Dr. Jitendra Singh Naruka, our keynote speaker, and from his deliberation, we have learned the functional fitness exercise to train the muscle and mind as it is easy to work at home. He has started his speech with the great saying that fit people, fit nation. Functional movements depends upon the balance, climbing, jumping, walking, running, etc. This is the real life activities. So functional fitness is dependent upon our real life activities. We are repeating it in a scientific way. So this is our this message he has given to us. Then he has also mentioned the developmental part, the specificity, recovery, flexibility, intensity, density, volume, all the components of sports training he has clearly mentioned in his keynote address. Then our first resource person was Professor Dr. Monica Madam, and he has started his deliberation with the fatness or fitness. Choice is yours. Activity is the basis of life. This is come from her deliberation, and she had also mentioned the exercise place of exercise on our body, and increased demand of oxygen, and in moderate activities. Then he has given the five principles: the overload principles, frequency, intensity, time, and mode principles, then specificity principles, then recovery and rest principles, and use it or lose it principles. She had also mentioned 7 key points: goal determination, level of fitness and health, variety of exercise, progression, multiple planes, body weight, strength exercise, etc. And then she has also mentioned the importance of environment, sleep, rest, heredity, and diet for maintaining the functional fitness, which is also a very important aspect to maintain the immunity as well. She has mentioned the cardiorespiratory aspect, cardio training, then warming up, then stretching, then own body weight exercises, Swiss ball exercises, dumbbell exercises, resistance band exercises, core exercises, plank exercises, beach exercises, all these things she has mentioned and she has demonstrated in a clear manner. And lastly, she has given the concept of yoga, pranayama, and meditation, especially Surya Namaskar, chair Surya Namaskar, and what is its importance in nowadays. And we have astonished that Madam is more than 60 years old, and in this age, she is performing such kind of activity in a befitting and scientific way. So it is I think an example for us to do carry a regular way aerobic or functional fitness training to maintain our health and vigor. And our second resource person was Dr. Bidya Madam, and her area was Zumba. What is the importance of Zumba? The practical workout. Then she has mentioned the 4-step Zumba exercise demonstrated also. laugh, fun, engagement, enjoyment, all these things are there. Then whole body workout as well as the mental satisfaction is there in the Zumba session. A typical Zumba session can able to build a greater amount of fitness in our body. And our third speaker was also Mira, and he is also a exercise therapist. Exercise, the place of exercise in our body, and his area was aerobics. So aerobics means the exercise with oxygen in a moderate way, continuous, rhythmic, and steady manner. This is the definition of aerobics. That related to all areas of fitness, it is one, and he has given a typical aerobic session chalk out, maintaining the 5 to 10 minutes workout, warming up, then cardiovascular exercises for 25 to 30 minutes, then muscle strength and conditioning exercise for 10 to 15 minutes, then cool down exercises for 5 to 8 minutes, then stretching and flexibility exercises for 5 to 10 minutes. With this, he has also mentioned the type of aerobic exercise session, low impact and high impact, and there are various areas are there according to American Association of Sports Medicine. Thrice, 3 days in a week with 20 minutes and 60% of maximum heart rate is a scheduled prescription for doing aerobic session for everybody, whether he is novice or he is an expert. So this is the role of aerobics is very much important for the maintaining of our normal health and vigor, especially for maintaining the blood pressure, increase the high cholesterol level, that is the good cholesterol, then the lung function increases, weight loss, decrease the heart disease and the bradycardia. All these things are the byproduct of this aerobic session. Then our speaker, resource person was Dr. Jyotirlingam, physiotherapist, professor. He is also a professor, and he has told us the aerobic exercise is a tribal pattern of primitive type of activities related with our life. He has mentioned the 5 components of this aerobic session, that is frequency, time, volume, load, and intensity. And depending upon the year of training, he has divided the training age into 3 categories, that is beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And depending upon this category, the load should be imparted. And he has given the concept of repetition and set, and he has also given the concept of tempo, that is fast or low, and depending upon this tempo, the fast twist fiber, type 1 or type 2 fiber may be changeable depending upon the tempo of the training. And he has also mentioned the biomotor abilities and 7 basic functional fitness pattern. So these are the area, and the last one was discussed, was interrupted due to the technical session, technical issues. Matt Salon, then occupational therapist, he was discussing about the sensory aspect of the child, and depending upon especially the special child, and he has given the motor skill framework chalk out, and depending upon the postural stability and coordination, motor planning can be imparted, and depending upon the motor planning, motor skill can be developed. And for the postural stability, trunk, neck, joint, eye control, and core engagement is a prerequisite. So all these things are required high motivational level and play. So this is in short today's all about the program technical session. So last of all, last but not the least, I am thankful to Dr. Professor Joelson M. Santos, Dr. Pijus Join sir, Dr. Kaukab Azim sir for collaborating and promoting every individual, those who are watching this program over this virtual mode and gain knowledge on the functional fitness areas. And I am just giving thanks from the core of my heart to all the entire team members of International Association of Physical Education and Sports, and especially Dr. Mark Dalip. He is working in a very nice way to moderate as a moderator and coordinator over the program. Thank you very much. This is from my part. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kishore, for that concluding address. And of course, may we call on our very humble, committed, and very dedicated board and advisory board and member, Professor Faisal Fayez, for the vote of thanks. The ever supportive Professor Faisal. Professor?
Yes. First of all, good afternoon to all. I am Faisal Fayaz, being an international advisory board member of International Association of Physical Education and Sports. I'm here for word of thanks to all attendees and speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, my all respected elders, seniors, friends, moderator, colleagues, participants, attendees, an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling weeks ago. It requires a lot of struggle behind of that thing. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues of International Association of Physical Education and Sports who know their challenges, job, and are very result oriented. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place and record our hearty thanks to our all participants and all well-renowned and eminent speaker in global workshop of functional fitness. I heartily want to congratulate for the wonderful conduction to the chief organizer of global workshop of functional fitness, Professor Dr. Gilson Santos, the president of International Association of Physical Education and Sports, who always keeps himself busy for organizing such kind of sports-based literature and sessions to spread the knowledge everywhere in the world. Next is Dr. Piyush Jain, Secretary General of Physical Education of India. Dr. Kishore Mukhande, Associate Professor and Organizing Secretary of Global Workshop of Functional Fitness. Professor Olantobo Morakins, International Advisory Board Member. And last but not least, Dr. Kokab Azim, President of International Federation of Fitness, Health, Physical Education and Iron Games. I am very delighted to attend this very well informative and research-based workshop. I hope that everyone have gained knowledge and benefit from this global workshop of functional fitness. I also extend my hearty thanks to Chief Organizer, Professor Gilson Santos, Professor Piyush Jain, Professor Kokab Azim, Mr. Olawale Sunday, Mr. Mark Anthony, Professor Olarantobo Morakins, Miss Bindia, Professor Jatindra, Dr. Mukha Kamran, Jyotikam, Miss Manika, and all speakers for their enormous cooperation in the global workshop of functional fitness on 10th April 2021 to serve the physical education and sports community. Thank you very much and take care.
Well, thank you so much for that. Very, Professor Faisal, for the vote of thanks. Thank you so much. And I think Dr. Jawson already sent the feedback form for the e-certificate. So everybody or everyone can access now the feedback form to get your e-certificate. So once again, we would like to thanks everyone to have this global workshop on functional fitness be notable and flash with success. So another accomplishment again for everybody. And this is organized by International Association on Physical Education and Sports Incorporated, and of course the IFFH PE and Iron Games and the Physical Education Foundation of India. Thank you so much to also to Dr. Jewelson Santos, a very humble and a very dedicated president of IEPS, and Dr. Kokab Azim. And we have also Dr. Piyush Jain and Professor Jitendra Singh Naruka. Thank you so much to everyone. And also, we would like to thank the participants there watching via Facebook and YouTube, and also the participant here in our Zoom. So we have here our respective highly or this Yes, to our very, despite of their busy schedules, or of course, this global workshop on functional fitness would not be possible without sharing the expertise of our dear, highly specialized speaker, in which despite of their busy schedules, they still gave their precious time to be with us today.